See, we need to address that too.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I did look it up, but I don't see any email.
Okay.
What was your first name, please?
Bernaje, Bernaje.
My system doesn't seem to be connecting right, so we'll have to address that. Oh, okay. Oh, you got to put on Stream Deck. Put me back on class 1, please. Just go down.
No, I understand that, but nothing's coming up. There we go.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
You're on class 1.
Oh, well, no, I'm sorry. We should be on 2.
You're on
Yeah,
2?
we should be on 2. It's not. All right, well.
You're on 2.
Yeah, 1 isn't working here. Okay, that's all right. We got it. You sure it's not Monday? You sure? All right. Hello. I'm sorry, I'm a little frazzled this morning. How is everybody? Good. How did your homework go last night? Any questions? Any problems? Anything you need me to explain to you? Everybody good? Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not going to ask for your grades right now because I don't have my roster with me. Again, it's pretending to be a Monday. So I will get your grades on Monday when you come in. So I'll get your grades for chapters 1, 2, and 3 because over the weekend you'll have chapters 2 and 3 to do. Okay? But nobody has any questions.
I got one. Sorry.
Sure.
So I answered the question correct, but what is HIPAA?
Okay. HIPAA is a concept that protects privacy. So let me kind of give you a little history lesson. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Years and years and years ago, prior to 1997, if you were if you lived somewhere and your neighbor went to the hospital and you were concerned about your neighbor, you could call up the hospital and say, hey, how is Harvey doing? I'm his neighbor. And we would tell you. We would give you all the information that you asked for. Well, along the way, somebody said, the patient really should have the right to determine who gets their information. And that's where HIPAA was born. So HIPAA is a law that puts the patient in control of their own health information. That means that as healthcare workers, we can't share patient information with anybody except for the treatment team, people that need that information to treat, unless the patient consents. So let's say Harvey, your neighbor in the hospital, Harvey's wife comes in and says, hey, how's my husband doing today? They can't tell her unless they have permission to tell. So even spouses do not automatically get the right to have permission. So we have to be really, really careful when it comes to giving out patient information. Where this really takes a seriously wrong turn is on social media. And we have to be really, really careful with posting personally about work things. And I'll give you a great example of this. And this to me is absolutely tragic. And this is the reason that HIPAA exists. I'm not going to say names. Please don't shout them out. You'll know who I'm talking about here. We're not going to use names, but there was a situation a couple of years ago where a helicopter crashed, and that helicopter had a very famous person on it with a family member. Well, first responders, when they went to the crash site, took pictures. Now, that had nothing to do with their job. They weren't there to take pictures. They were there to, assist in the recovery of, the crash victims. And yet those pictures got passed around. Now, did that benefit the patients at all? Who did it benefit? It benefited them. It was an attention thing. Look what I've got. And, you'd all, gather around my cell phone if I had those pictures. Wow, look at this, because we're all kind of morbid creatures. I don't know why, but we are. So all that did was get those people attention. It did not help the patients at all. That is a violation of HIPAA. And it should be, because imagine for a minute that you are a family member of that person. Do you want those pictures spread around? Do you want somebody else to be able to profit off of the death of your loved one? So this is why HIPAA exists. Does that make sense? And we're pretty strict on HIPAA. And good morning. And unfortunately, with social media, it's really, really easy to violate HIPAA. So my rule of thumb with social media is work and personal should never mix, ever. You should never post something about work on your social media, because all that's doing is drawing attention to you. And that's not really what, the patient needs from us. Does that make sense? Anybody hear last month about the girl who got in trouble for twerking on a patient's head? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? There's video out there of this caregiver twerking on a patient's head. And that did not benefit that patient at all. And that is not why we're there. So, of course, she is no longer employed in healthcare, and charges are actually being brought against her, rightfully so. But sometimes when it comes to social media, we may not make the most intelligent of decisions. So my rule is, don't make a decision. Just don't post anything that has to do with work. Pretty simple. Good. So does that help you with HIPAA? HIPAA is very, very serious. And if you violate it, it can result in a fine. They can actually fine you real money. They can take actions against your certification. They can have it removed. And in some cases, there's even criminal punishment with jail time if they can prove certain things, So best rule of thumb, don't let the two cross.
I used to be a truck driver, and I was in North Dakota, and it was a very, very bad accident there involved 18-wheel trucks. And it was a different police there, and it was this police just taking photos, but you can see he was taking photo like what photo he was just taking photo like, and I was just almost in front of the accident.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I was like, what is he really doing? Like,
Yeah.
crazy people there, maybe they died or something. It was so like very sad.
They just doing it just like it was normal or something.
Right.
It's okay to do it.
Right. Remember that this is somebody else's tragedy. And if we don't have empathy, where are we as a society? So this is, really, really important when it comes to healthcare and public safety officials. We've got to get a better handle on this. So, but yeah, everybody wants to be, Insta famous now. I don't understand this. Understand that I make my living off of social media. I get it. I'm not really trying to get famous. I'm just trying to educate the world.
You're helping people,
but I understand the need to post things that are going to get attention, but we have to balance that on the other side and think, does this have the potential to harm somebody else? And if the answer is yes, if it has the potential, we shouldn't be doing it. Does that make sense? So one of the things that I've wanted to do for a long time, I used to run a podcast. I was actually a paid podcast celebrity. Okay, so I ran a podcast several years ago. Well, that particular company went out of business, so I was no longer doing the podcast, but I really wanted to do my own, and what I wanted to make them famous, right? The medical edition. So all the people that do bad things in medicine, I wanted to talk about on a podcast. But I went back to my defining principle. Does this have the potential to harm somebody else? And the answer to that is, yeah, it does. So yes, we could use it as a learning opportunity, but is this something that we really want to glorify, right? So I decided not to do that until I can figure out, how best to maybe present it where we're not glorifying the bad deeds. But that is my defining principle. Does this have the potential to harm another person? And if the answer is yes, we shouldn't be doing it, not in a professional capacity. Does that make sense? Good. Does that help you with HIPAA?
Yeah.
Okay. So at the beginning of every single class that we have, from here all the way through class 6, okay, so all the way through week 3, every class is going to start out with a review. And we're going to review everything that we've learned up to that point. So today's review is going to take us probably about 10 to 15 minutes because we haven't learned that much yet. Mondays will be a little bit longer. Wednesdays will be a little bit longer, and so on. Class 6, if you keep this in the back of your mind, class 6, the first 30 minutes of it will review everything that we have learned. So class 6 is a really good comprehensive review for you that takes about 30 minutes before you go test. So keep that in mind, okay? We're going to build up to that. But today, let's talk about skill rules. Now, we learned this on Monday. How do we know what to do with each
I
patient?
do have a quick question from
Yes.
earlier. I apologize.
That's okay. What is the word for the main person who has authority over the care? Well, Sheila, that's that there's not enough detail there for me to give you a definitive answer. So if you're talking about the medical team, that would be the attending physician, right? The doctor that is coordinating the care, attending physician on the medical team. For the nursing side of this, that would be the RN, the one that develops the care plan, the one that you are going to report to. But if you're talking about the whole care team, the discharge planner might actually be the one coordinating care between in facility and out of facility. Where are we transferring this person to? Home, a facility, whatever. And then you've got the social worker as well that might have to coordinate services. So there's not really enough information in that question for me to help you answer it definitively. What kind of team are we talking about? What could be a couple of people. All right, so how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan, the whole care plan in. What does that mean? Okay. Means we can't add to it. Can't take away from it. We can't change it. If your brain says, what if, turn your brain off. What if does not matter here. You cannot change that care plan. Now, that's really, really important when it comes to the written test. Because when you read a question on the written test, if your brain goes, but what if, you need to tell your brain to stop. Because all what ifs will change that question. Okay? So we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but that care plan. In a real life situation, if you have a what if, who do you take it to? The RN. You don't get to answer what ifs. So let me give you a scenario to help you understand that concept real quick, okay? So you're helping a patient back from the dining room back to their room after dinner. And the patient starts to complain of a little bit of chest pain. Now, they had tacos for dinner. And the patient starts to complain of a little bit of chest pain as they're walking back to the room. Do you, A, tell them to sit down for a little bit and just see if it's indigestion? B, give them a Tums because it was Taco Tuesday? C, notify the nurse? Or D, call 911? Notify the nurse, right? So in your mind, you might think, yeah, but what if it's, what if they have a history of indigestion? That's a what if. That's a what if. That's right. So we've got to be really, really careful about those what ifs. They'll sneak up on you. They will absolutely sneak up on you. But remember, what ifs, we don't answer. Good? Good? Okay. Jake, my Stream Deck is all messed up. Can you go to slide 5, please? On Stream Deck. Or on OBS. Oh. There you go. Okay, half of our job is observe. And then what do we have to do? Report. Go to slide 6. I don't know why my thing is not working. No, it's okay. It's just we have to reassociate. Okay. All right. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. This is a testing checkpoint. If you don't knock, you don't get credit for it. Okay. That's important. Now let's talk about why that's important though. Do you remember us talking about the fact that this person would rather be home, but they're in a strange place surrounded by strange people? And about every 17 minutes, another stranger comes in the room. And that's like the worst place in the world to try to get some sleep because you're constantly being interrupted. But I want you to imagine for a second this patient. With all of those interruptions, they're super tired. They close their eyes and they finally manage to drift off to sleep. And they hear something while they're sleeping and their eyes pop open and there's a complete stranger standing over them with something sharp in their hand. How comfortable is that patient? Are they going to be able to relax enough to rest from that point on? So we have to think about our actions and the impact they have on the patient. And that's why knocking is so important. This has to be a safe space for the patient. It's the only space they have. We have to keep it safe. So anytime we invade their space, they need some sort of advance warning that their space is about to be invaded. That's the only way we can keep it a safe space. Does that make sense? That is why this is a checkpoint. All right, so who are we greeting here? The patient. Be nice. Good morning. Hi, Mr. Jones. Hey, how are you today? Something. We want to set the tone for this encounter. I don't just want to walk in and say, I'm here too. That dehumanizes this patient. We don't want to dehumanize. So we're going to greet. We have to address them by Name. That's right. For the test, everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. One name. Everybody. You will be Mrs. Jones. You will be Mr. Jones. Everybody is Mr. They just use one name to make it super easy for the test. But I want to talk to you about this in a real life setting, though. We have gotten in our society very informal, familiar. Students now call teachers in high school by their first names. That is way too informal. That should not happen. There has to be a separation for professionalism. Okay? You relate to your friends different than you relate to a principal, a cop, an administrator. You don't relate to them all the same way. This is the same thing. We have to maintain a level of professionalism. We're going to be doing things to this patient that they aren't going to want done. We have to be professional while we do these things. Does that make sense? Right? So in order to be professional, we really should have a level of separation. I am not calling this patient, "Hey, Sam, how are you today?" I am going to say, "Hi, Mr. Jones. How are you today?" I am going to use last names until the patient invites me to use a first name. And then in a clinical setting, I still don't just say, "Hey, Sam." It's Mr. Sam. I put a Miss or a Mr. in front of a first name. Again, that helps with that level of professionalism. We don't need to be friends with our patients. We should not be friends with our patients. We should be professionals. Do you guys understand the difference there? Okay. So we're going to address them by name. For the test, it'll be Mr. or Mrs. Jones. I need 10, please. Okay. What do they need to know about us? Name and title. That's right. I want you to think about all the people that work in healthcare. There's phlebotomists, there's EKG techs, there's transporters, there's discharge planners, there's social workers, there's CNAs, there's nurses, there's doctors, there's nutritionists, there's registration, there's billing, there volunteers. Yeah, transport. There are so many different people. Just because you are at the bedside does not mean anything. You need to let them know your role. Very important. I don't know why this is a thing, but a lot of people now have their badges turned backwards. That's actually a fine for the facility. I want you to think about that. If a state investigator sees that your badge has been intentionally flipped over, it is a fine for the facility. Why do you think that is? Okay. Yeah, let's think about that from the patient's point of view, though. You going to let somebody undress you if you don't know who they are? Guys, we're getting up close and personal with these people. Don't hide your identity. Patients have a right to know who is working on them. Okay. Hey, Helen. Good morning, Miss Patty. My question is, a patient consumes 8 ounces of ice chips. What amount should be recorded on the intake log? Helen, you're going to want to go to class 6 and watch the lesson, the replays. Go watch the replays for class 6, and that's going to talk to you about food and fluid intake. But to answer your question very quickly, all intake is recorded in mLs or cc's. So you take the amount of ounces, 8 ounces, multiply by 30 to get the number of cc's. So 8 times 30 would be 240 cc's. But lesson 6 is going to explain all of that. So go watch lesson 6. All right. Can you advance me, Jake? Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah, none of my, I'm not working over here, so you're going to have to do it for me. Okay. We're going to describe what? The skill. Yeah. You can put this in the terms that you want to put it in. You don't have to announce it in medical terms. You can say, I'm here to brush your teeth. You know, that's not it, Jake. The association's been, yeah. Okay. So you can put it in terms they can understand. I'm here to brush your teeth. I'm here to feed you a snack. I'm here to do some range of motion exercises.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Please.
Yeah.
Miss Patty, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, it says when washing your hands, use enough soap to produce. Is it like lather?
Lather.
Okay.
Yeah, you're actually graded on bubbles. That's crazy. I know, but you are graded on bubbles. Oh, we'll give Jake a few minutes to get that up and running.
I was trying to correct it. I think I
That's
made it
okay.
worse.
That's all right. I was coming over here to get something. I can't remember what now. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and here, I can pull it up here.
All right, we're back.
Are you back? Okay. All right. Once we have described this, oh, that's what I was going to say. If for the test, I knew I was going somewhere with that. If for the test, you can't remember what you're doing or figure out how to say it, you can read it right off the care plan. Remember, you have this in your, in your area. So if you can't remember, because you're going to be nervous, you can actually walk over and go, I am here to feed the resident who is in a chair. Okay, you can do that. It's okay. I prefer that you're, a little more human than that, but for the test, it'll work. It'll work. The whole point here is to explain it to the patient to get this. What are we getting? Consent. Yeah, consent. Absolutely. We want them to be a partner in their care, not a byproduct of their care. Everything I'm teaching you is something called patient-centered care. And this is very, very important in our current healthcare system. In fact, let me explain to you how important this is. In Florida, most healthcare is paid for by Medicare, right? Most healthcare in Florida is done on older people. Medicare picks it up. Medicare is going to send that patient a survey after they have healthcare done, whether it's in a doctor's office, a walk-in clinic, a hospital, a nursing home, doesn't matter. They get a survey because the government says, hey, listen, I don't want to be on the hook for your healthcare if you had a crappy healthcare experience. So the patient fills out this survey. It's a condition of participating in Medicare. So they fill it out, and they're usually pretty honest. Now, when Medicare gets that back, the company that runs Medicare is called CMS. When CMS gets that survey back, they assign point values to everything. And if that facility does not meet a minimum threshold on these point values, the bill gets docked. So let's say we have Martha. Martha here. She went into the hospital for a broken hip. Her bill was $83,000 for that broken hip. And Martha gets home. She fills out her survey. She sends it in, and she didn't like the care she got. So when CMS looks at that survey, they assign the points and they see, okay, Martha wasn't happy. Her call light wasn't answered. She wasn't bathed for 2 weeks. Her blood pressure was never addressed. Call lights are a big thing. Call lights are a huge thing. Huge. Call lights weren't answered. She would hit the call light, nobody would come. CMS gets that survey and they say, okay, well, you billed us $83, but you certainly didn't provide $83,000 worth of care. So we're only going to give you $30,000 for that care. Now, the hospital's already paid you guys. Hospital's already paid for the supplies that we used and the operating room and all the people to work the operating room and all the people that made this care work. And they're only getting reimbursed about a third of what they billed. What do you think that's going to do to their budget? Right. So now you, at your annual review, think that you deserve a raise, don't you? Well, that hospital looks at their annual budget and they say, well, there's just no money in it. Now, make no mistake, that CEO is still getting their bonus. That CEO is not going to give up their bonus. You guys were the ones at the bedside. You guys are the ones that caused that survey to get low marks. You guys are the ones that are going to suffer. Do you guys see how that works? That CEO is not giving up their bonus.
That works for all the hospital, even in the ER?
Everything. Everything. Yep. But let's talk about call lights, because that's like the biggest thing on these surveys is call lights. Let's talk about call lights real quick. I don't like this personally because remember, those CEOs are still going to get their bonus, right? And the way that they're going to do that is to try to cut staff. So they're going to make you do more with less and still keep those survey marks up, by the way, right? So you are going to be working short-staffed in a lot of cases. It's going to be hard for you to get to those call lights. But let's, for a second, we know what's happening in the employer side of things, but let's focus on this side of things for just a second. If this patient was able to take care of herself, where would she be? At home. And at home, if she's cold, she's going to get up and get a blanket or a sweater or whatever she needs because she is able to get up and do for herself. If she's hungry, she'll get up and get a snack. If she's thirsty, she'll get up and get some water. Okay, good. Makes sense? If she were able to, she would not be here. But if she's here, she's not able to. Does that make sense? You guys got that? So when she hits a call light and says, I have to go to the bathroom, she doesn't mean when you have time. She means, I got to go to the bathroom, like now. Like you just drank a big gulp and you got to go to the bathroom because chances are she's probably on a medication that's increasing her fluid output. So she hits a call light and nobody comes. Now she's got two choices. She's either going to wet herself or she's going to try to get herself out of bed into the bathroom. Now, as an ethical human with legs, which choice would you make? Yeah, you are not going to wet yourself. Now, we told her she's a fall risk. We don't want you up moving around. You're a fall risk. Do you think that means anything to her when her bladder is full and she's going to have to wet herself? No, she's going to get out of bed and go to that bathroom and she'll probably fall along the way. And then we walk in and we scold her. I told you not to get out of bed. And we're mean about it because we want them to understand that they are putting our license on the line. And we get mean. That's it. That's right. Whose fault is it that she had to walk to the bathroom by herself? That's right. That's right. You do not have the right to scold her. Do you guys get that? We have to start thinking about all of these scenarios from the patient's point of view, because if she could, she wouldn't be here. Because she's here, She can't. And that's why we exist. Does that make sense? Good? Okay. Ooh, it worked. Well, no, it's just,
It's working at the moment.
yeah. All right. Once we've done all that, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? She says yes, because remember, for the test, your patients are pleasant and cooperative, right? Won't always be like that, but we're going to take the gift they give us for the test. She's going to say yes. Once I have permission, then I can close the curtain. Is that curtain clean? What do I want to do after I close that curtain? I want to wash my hands. Oh, I need 15, please. Oh, I know why. Okay, I know why. Okay. Once we've washed our hands, then we're going to gather our supplies. And at the bottom of each skills page has the supplies listed. Okay, you have to learn your supplies. We're going to get into that in a little bit, but you do have to learn your supplies. All right, we also learned the closing. So the closing is how we end every skill. The opening is how we start every skill. The closing is how we end every skill. So we always leave our patient looking better than we found them. So take a look around the environment. Clean environment is the responsibility of the CNA, not housekeeping. There will be a test question on that. Clean environment is the responsibility of the CNA. Housekeeping helps us with heavy lifting. They do the bathrooms, the floors. They'll help with the trash. But if that trash can is overflowing, that is not housekeeping's problem. We take the bag out and put it in soiled utility. Get a clean bag. Don't leave a patient in an unclean environment. Okay, so we want to make sure that environment is clean. You've got to make sure that the bed is in the low position. What goes up must come down. And they have to hear the word comfortable. Are you comfortable? Comfort is also addressed with emotional comfort. So 20, please. So emotional comfort is going to be taken care of by addressing preferences. Would you like a magazine? Do you want the remote? Do you want the head of the bed up? Just some sort of a preference. For the test, just use magazine. It covers everything. Would you like a magazine? Okay. Once we have addressed all preferences, I'll take 21 too, please. Thank you. We're going to make sure that they're covered. Now, if they're wearing clothes, they don't need to be covered. They're covered by clothes. But I don't want to see their knobby knees. If they're in a hospital gown, they need to have a sheet on. This is not just for modesty, but it's also for warmth. Think about how cold a facility is. Now, you are not going to interpret temperature the same way your patient does. You are fully dressed and running around like a chicken with your head cut off. You've got way more to do than you can possibly get done. So the temperature to you is going to feel warm. Your patient is laying down, not moving a whole lot. They're dressed in a thin hospital gown. Temperature to them, frigid. If they don't have a sheet on, it's really cold. So make sure that they are covered. Okay. Once we've got all of that taken care of, so your closing should sound like this. I always thank my patients. They're the reason I'm here. They're the reason I get a paycheck. They're the reason I have a job. I thank them. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Good. Would you like a magazine before I go? Bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain, and then I'll go wash my hands. Bless you. That is the closing. And you're going to do it over and over and over again, so it becomes just a routine. But you want to put it in terms that you can remember. So for me, it's comfort, curtain, call light, clean. Okay, comfort, curtain, call light, clean. I make sure they're comfortable. I make sure the curtain is open. I make sure they have their call light, and I make sure everything is clean, their environment, and then my hands. Comfort, curtain, call light, clean. Okay, so put it in a checklist form in your mind so you can make sure that you're getting all of that checked off. They have to have the call light to let you know. So this is becoming a big issue. They actually just did a presentation on this at the state level because unfortunately, direct caregivers, which is what you guys are classified as, direct caregivers, are hiding call lights from patients. They're putting them under the mattress or putting them under the bed, on the floor. They're hiding call lights from the patient because they figure if the call light does, because you guys are graded on how long it takes to answer the call lights. There is a system in every facility that when that call light gets pressed, it's timed. And you will get reports on how long it takes you to answer the call lights. You're graded on this at work. So how do you make sure your call light time is good? You don't give them their call lights. This is a big problem. Don't hide a call light. They're now making it the first offense is suspension. Second offense is termination in most facilities. So be really careful with this. Don't intentionally hide a call light. And then you're going to go clean your hands. Get rid of those cooties. 25, please. After you've washed your hands, then we'll document if we need to document for whatever reason. Remember, there's 4 documentation skills. If you document, you touch the pen. That means our hands are not clean. And our standard is we have to end skill with clean hands. So 26. So if you document, you must wash your hands again. So we have to end every skill with a patient that feels cared for and cared about. That's what the closing is designed to do. But let me give you a little hint for your future work self. Call lights are interruptions in your workflow. Call lights are horrible. We hate call lights because you're in working. You're never just sitting around waiting for a call light to go off. You're always in working with another patient when a call light goes off. So it's an interruption. And we hate call lights because it interrupts your workflow. So the best way to address this, don't hide the call light. While you're in the room doing your closing, get everything for the patient that they need. Make sure that you're giving them enough time to address whatever it is that they're going to need to be addressed. So let me give you an example. Let's say that I'm doing the closing on this patient. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Here's your call light. Environment's clean. Are you comfortable? Here's magazine. Okay, I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands, and I'm out because I got a million things to do. Does that patient feel like they could ask for anything else? They feel rushed. That's right. They know I have made them aware that I have way too much to do. Okay. And what I did is put my burden on them. That's not really fair, but I did it. All right. So this patient is dressed in a thin sheet and she's cold. She didn't feel comfortable asking for anything while I was in there. So she's going to try to wait it out. And she's laying there and she has nothing to distract her. Nothing. So she's going to fixate on the fact that she's cold. And she's going to think about it. And the more she tries not to think about it, the more she's going to think about it. And eventually she's going to get to the point that she has now talked herself into shivering. And she's going to hit that call light and say, I'm so sorry to bother you. I know you're super busy, but can I please just have a blanket? Well, you had to leave a patient to come in here to get her a blanket. So you got a bit of an attitude on you. So you give her the blanket and you leave. She's laying there. Nice and warm now. Uh-oh. I'm thirsty. Oh, I'm thirsty. Oh, my water cup's empty. Oh, I'm thirsty. And she has nothing to distract herself. So she's going to fixate on the fact that she's thirsty. Now, if she was home, she'd get up and get herself something to drink. She doesn't have a kitchen she can go into. She has to rely on you to get into that nutrition room because it's locked. So she waits it out, but she can't wait anymore. She hits call light and she says, I'm so sorry. Can I get some water? Now, you got a bit of an attitude on you because she interrupted another person's care. You go get her water, you put it in there, and you leave quickly. She drinks that water, and water in means we have to have water out. So now what does she need to do? Yeah. So she waits and she waits and she waits and she can't wait anymore. She hits a call light and you come in and she's like, I'm so sorry, but I have to pee now. But she's interrupted another person's care. So now you've really got an attitude with this lady and you're saying that she's abusing the call light. She's not abusing the call light. You didn't ask her what she needed. During that very first closing, if I had said, thank you very much, Miss Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a blanket or some water or anything? Do you need to go to the bathroom before I go? If I had done that while I'm here, I'm not interrupting anybody else's care. I can take care of everything she needs in less than 5 minutes, and I can buy myself time to work on other patients. That is why the closing is so important. Does that make sense? But you got to do it in a way that makes your patient truly believe that they can ask you for these things. Okay. Good. I'll tell you about one that I saw years and years ago. I walked into a patient's room to give him medication. And he's literally staring at the wall. I mean, there's no TV, there's no radio, there's no nothing. He's just staring at the wall. So I give him his medication. And I said, is everything okay? And he's like, yeah. And he really didn't have a lot to say. And I said, do you want the TV or something on? He's like, well, the remote control fell under the bed 2 days ago. And nobody's gotten it. I said, you've been sitting here for 2 days? Staring at a wall? He's like, yeah, I was afraid to ask. The patient should never be afraid to ask. It took me less than 5 seconds to make this guy's day. 5 seconds. But if we don't slow down enough to notice what they need and to ask, he would never have mentioned it because he's afraid of what we're going to do to him. We shouldn't set up our patients for failure. 2 days. That's crazy. So we've mastered all of these principles. I'll definitely need your help coming up. Okay. We have mastered all of these principles. So out of the 11, we now know 3. We're going to use the same teaching methods to teach you the rest of them. And then we're going to use these principles and combine them to make skills. Okay, so good? Questions so far? All right. Every principle, these are the 11 principles that we're going to learn. It's what's on the back wall. These 11 principles are on page 27 of your book. You have access to them. These are things that are not going to be on the care plan. So remember our care plan we talked about, right? Those care plans on page 25, those care plans we talked about, they don't tell you to knock. Those care plans don't tell you to get permission. Those care plans don't tell you to follow the care plan. These are things that you have to know to be able to do the skills. Does that make sense? So that's why we have to learn these. And then like puzzle pieces, we're just going to plug them in together to make skills. 30, please. All right. So before we get into the next principle, let me tell you just a little bit about hand sanitizer. This is Jeremy. He's my hand sanitizer guy. So hand sanitizers are used in clinical settings, and they're also used by individuals in pretty much every setting. But there's a couple problems with hand sanitizers. One of the big problems with this is that people don't use it correctly. To use a hand sanitizer, what we normally do, right, because you can get sanitizer anywhere, what we normally do is we take just a little bit of hand sanitizer like this, right, and we do that. That is not how hand sanitizer works. In order for hand sanitizer to be effective, we have to get a pretty decent amount. And then we have to rub our hands together. And we've got to rub the tops of our wrists, the backs of our hands, and in between our fingers, in between our thumb and index finger, the bottom of our hand by our pinky, and our fingertips. What does that look like? Hand washing. Do you know how long we had to wash our hands for? Do you know how long you have to use hand sanitizer for? 20 seconds. That is how long it has to stay wet for it to be effective. So your chances are you're not using hand sanitizer correctly. Good? Makes sense? But there's another problem with hand sanitizer. So when we washed our hands, where did all of those germs go? Yeah, down the drain, right? So when I'm done washing my hands, I actually have relatively germ-free hands, right? There may be a few still lurking around because it's not a sterile process. But for the most part, we got rid of most of them. And they're in the sink. That's a good place for germs to be, by the way. But when I use hand sanitizer, and I use it correctly, the whole 20 seconds, I rubbed all of my areas, where did those pathogens go? Still on my hands. That is correct. Yes, we touched the pump. That is correct. We do have stuff on the pump. But those germs that I killed didn't go anywhere. They're still on my hands. I have a germ graveyard right here. I've killed them, yay. But I have a germ graveyard on my hands. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm going to eat some potato chips, I really don't want them with a side of E. coli. Even dead E. coli, still not all that appetizing, right? So if you are going to bring your hands up to your face, you probably want to make sure that they're washed, not just hand sanitized. Germs don't pop, 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 pop into the atmosphere. They stay right where you leave them. Good?
So that doesn't really benefit.
It benefits by killing the pathogens, but remember, they're still there. So you can use it in clinical settings. It's okay to use it. Just remember, if you're going to be working, and we're going to talk about this right now, okay, I'm leading into something, but if we are going to be working around body openings of any kind, ours or anybody else's, we probably want to have clean hands to make that happen. Does that make sense? Good? So I am just as guilty as everybody else. You know, when I go through a drive-through, I grab a little hand sanitizer and, you know, rub it and eat my fries. And every time I know I'm eating those fries with some dead E. coli, which is better than eating it with live E. coli. I mean, it is better, but it would be better if I actually went and washed my hands. Now, I am a big cruiser. I love to cruise. I've been on something like 30 cruises, might even be more. I'm a big cruiser. Well, during COVID, they shut down the cruising industry, right? All these ships were just kind of like floating out there waiting for people to come back. And after COVID was over and they opened up the cruising industry, I went back on a cruise. And what I noticed, and I love this, what I noticed is that during that time that those cruise ships were down, what they did is they put in hand washing stations at every eating place. So you can actually go in and physically wash your hands before you go to the buffet. That's an awesome thing. I am a big proponent of this. And I sat there and I watched how many people walked right by that hand washing station without using it and then went to the buffet and touched all of those utensils. So I washed my hands before I got my food. Do you know what else I did? I washed my hands after I got my food before I ate it. That's right. Yeah, but we don't really think about these things because we think when we're on vacation, so are the germs. That brings me to the next topic. Can you give me the next one, please? All right, so when we're talking about hand sanitizer, hands must remain wet for 20 seconds, but it does not work. Hand sanitizer does not work on norovirus or C. diff. Norovirus is called the daycare disease. It's also called the cruise ship disease. The cruise ship disease. Because when norovirus shows up on a cruise ship, it spreads like wildfire. About 70% of the people on board will get infected. Now, the problem is that norovirus doesn't go up and down the hallway, so the big sign says, norovirus is here, norovirus is here, norovirus is here. Doesn't do that. Norovirus makes you sick from both ends. You are vomiting and having diarrhea at the same time for about 3 days. And it makes you feel like crap. Hand sanitizer does not kill norovirus. So if you're on a cruise ship and you're not actively washing your hands, you'll be one of that 70%. Good? Make sense? Now, norovirus is bad. It's bad. It'll ruin your vacation in a hurry. It's bad. And there's nothing worse than spending a couple grand on a vacation to be sick during the vacation. That's a horrible thing. But if you think norovirus is bad, C. diff, that's norovirus's older, meaner cousin. And C. diff will make you sick out of both ends for somewhere around 2 months. Yeah. C. diff kills a lot of patients. A lot of patients. Because remember, patients, they've already got something else going on with them. Their immune system's currently busy. We make them sick for 2 months. That can absolutely deplete their resources. So we have to be mindful. Hand sanitizer can be a good substitute if we use it properly, and we don't use it when a patient has vomiting or diarrhea. Because if they have vomiting or diarrhea, it's probably one of these two that doesn't work with hand sanitizer. Good? Make sense? Good? Pretty gross. Next one, please. Okay. Now you're going to have to stay on there because we're going to go through these really quick. All right. So page 52 is our very first skill we're going to learn. Pulse. Very first skill we're going to learn. And if we're looking at page 52, down the side here, you'll see all of the principles that are involved in this skill. They're all spelled out for us right here. Now, we already know skill rules. We already know the opening, and we already know the closing. So we know a lot of this already. In fact, about 60% of the skill you've already got down. We've got some skill-specific steps here that we're going to go over. Down here is our test-specific information. So somebody with your level of experience should be able to take a pulse in 5 minutes or less. This is going to be done on a real live testing student, one of you. This person will be in bed, just like this lady is. It is a documentation skill. Normal values are between 60 and 100, but you can be off by 4 beats in either direction from whatever the evaluator gets and still be considered accurate. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But when we're learning pulse, we're going to go to page 53. So page 52 is our overview. Page 53 is our specifics. At the top of the page, you're going to see your care plan. This is the care plan from the state exam. It tells us patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your readings. Step-by-step instructions are right here. Behind each instruction, so if you go to number 10 here, it says count beats for 1 full minute until second hand returns to the start position. And then right after that, there's a number. Do you see that 6? You guys see that? Okay. You remember these? These are the checkpoints, right? These are the checkpoints. Well, pulse. Hi. Let me find pulse here. Oh, I know it's in here. There it is. Okay. So when you're looking at your step-by-step instructions in the book, after each step, it's going to have a number. So if I look here, number 6 on the checklist says count pulse for 1 full minute. So this tells you the checkpoint that you're getting checked off with that step. Good? This allows you to cross-reference. I've done all the work there for you.
So I mean, like, just take the pulse for a minute.
Well, we're going to get into the specifics in just a minute.
Oh.
Okay? But that's how we use these pages. Down here are the supplies that you need for this particular skill. So this is our care plan. These are the principles. And this is the stuff we need to learn specific to pulse. But when we're looking at this, we know skill rules, we know the opening, and we know the closing. We haven't learned glove rules or pulse. So that's what we're going to focus on now. 35, please. That's what we're going to focus on now. We need to learn this. And I'm going to tell you that this is probably the hardest thing that you have to learn in this class is gloves. Now, it'd be way easier on me. It would be way easier if I just told you wear gloves for everything. That's like a 2-second lesson. Just wear gloves for everything. You'll be fine. That would be way easier on me. But that's not factual. It's not accurate. So now I have to go into a 45-minute lesson to explain to you when you're supposed to wear gloves. You cannot wear them for everything. The test will not allow you to wear them for everything. And we're going to talk about why. Okay, good. All right, go ahead and advance me, please. So what we're going to get into is on page 40. I have a video on this. And glove rules are going to apply to every single skill that we do. We have to evaluate whether we need gloves. Go ahead and advance. You're going to stay on there because we're going to go pretty quick. This is called the Big 4. These 4 apply to every skill we do. We always read the care plan. We always do the opening. We always evaluate if we need gloves, and we always do the closing. Doesn't matter what the skill is. These 4 will be part of the skill. Go ahead and advance. And in order to understand this, we have a lesson, page 41, that's going to break down everything that I'm about to tell you. But I'm going to give you a demonstration that has nothing to do with healthcare, because I find that it's easier for you to understand gloves from this standpoint rather than from healthcare. So go ahead and advance. We're going to build a sandwich together. Now, anybody ever go have a sandwich made? Do you want that person to touch your sandwich? What do you want them to wear? All right, so this is a similar industry, right? They have to wear gloves to make your sandwich. So we're going to build a sandwich together here. And the first thing that we need is a set of gloves, because you don't want me touching your sandwich. You feel much better when I don't touch your sandwich with my hands. You don't know where my hands have been. So those gloves are there to protect the sandwich, right? We're all in agreement with that? All right. So the first thing I do is put on a pair of gloves. Go ahead. Now, we're going to build this sandwich together because I like interactive classes. So I'm going to ask you, what kind of bread would you like? White, wheat, Italian? White. So I'm going to reach into this bread cart and I'm going to grab a loaf of white bread and put it on the counter. Advance. And I'm going to pick up the knife that's there and I'm going to cut the bread and slice it in half and open it up. And I'll just set the knife back on the counter. Go ahead. You want some mayonnaise on this, right? Okay. So we're going to reach into this mayonnaise container. There's always a spatula sticking out of it, right? So I'm going to grab that spatula, get some mayonnaise, and put it on my bread. And then we'll put the spatula back in the container. What kind of sauces do you want? Do you want spicy mustard, honey mustard, chipotle, ranch? Ranch. So I'm going to grab that bottle. Go ahead. And we're going to squirt it on the bread, and we're going to put the bottle back. Go ahead. What kind of meat would you like? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get some bacon. Everything's better with bacon, right? So I'm going to get into the bacon package and get a couple slices of bacon. We're just going to set it aside right now. What kind of meat would you like? Turkey, ham, roast beef? Roast beef. All right, so I'm going to, go ahead. I'm going to get into the cooler under the counter, open the cooler, get the package of roast beef and put it up on the counter. And how about some cheese? Provolone. Okay, so I'm going to get into that little drawer. I'm out of provolone. Hold up a minute. Go ahead. We're going to get into this cooler, and I'm going to open up one of these containers to find the provolone. And then we're going to slice it with a slicer. So now I'm ready to, I've got the turkey, or I'm sorry, the roast beef, and I've got the provolone. Go ahead. We want this toasted, right? Because we got bacon on it. So we're going to put it in the toaster, but the toaster is busy. So we're just going to have to hang out for a minute. Notice where my hand is. Our turn. So I'm going to open the toaster. We're going to put the sandwich in there. We're going to close the toaster, and I'm going to adjust that little dial for the time. Okay. Once it's done, oh, I don't have it. Once it's done, I'm going to get that paddle thing and scoop it and put it on my the counter, and I'm ready for toppings. So do we want some lettuce on that? Yeah. So I'm going to reach my hand in and grab a thing of lettuce, and we're going to sprinkle that on there. How about some tomatoes? No tomatoes. Do you want pickles, onion? Pickles. Oh, those garlic pickles? Okay, we're going to squeeze those out a little bit and put those on there. Do you want olives or onions or green peppers or anything like that? Salt, pepper? Okay, so I'm going to grab the salt and pepper container and sprinkle that on there. And then I'm going to take that knife and I'm going to shove it in that sandwich so I can fold it over. And then I'm going to wrap up that sandwich. I'll go over and type it into the little computer so we can put a label on it so that they know how much to charge you wherever you're going to go pay. Go ahead. All right. So we now have this sandwich. And yeah, that was a good sandwich. I actually took those pictures.
That's why I was laughing, because I could
Yeah, I ate that sandwich. It was a good sandwich.
With the same gloves.
With the same gloves.
Oh, well, wait a minute. So we just said she was wearing gloves. Those gloves were there to protect my sandwich. So why are you having a problem with that?
Yeah.
So at the beginning of this, we were okay with her wearing gloves because we wanted to protect our sandwich and we thought that's what the gloves were going to do. What changed? Okay. What changed was your awareness. Your awareness. You are now aware of everything I touched. You weren't aware of all of that. You didn't pay attention to it before this. You guys see that? The problem is that when we wear gloves routinely, we stop thinking about what we're touching with those gloves. We do this in healthcare. We do this in food service. We do this in every industry. When you wear gloves routinely, you stop paying attention to what you touch with those gloves. Now, this was a good sandwich because I've got a good, healthy immune system, and my immune system needs a workout from time to time to stay in good shape. I will go back and eat sandwiches knowing all of this, and that's okay. But do you know who doesn't have a good working immune system right now? The patient, because their immune system is currently occupied. It's doing something else. So we can't be like these sandwich people. We can't just put gloves on and touch everything and not worry about it. We have to worry about it. Good? Go ahead. So the question here really is, did those gloves really do what you expected them to do? No, because at the beginning, we said those gloves were there to protect the sandwich, and they failed miserably. So we have to think in healthcare, why are we wearing gloves? Who are they there to protect? Now, most healthcare workers go in with the mindset that those gloves are there to protect the healthcare worker because we don't want to touch all this stuff, right? These people are sick. We don't want to get sick. But just like me eating that sandwich, your immune system is good and it needs a workout from time to time. So those gloves really aren't there to protect you the way you think they are. They're actually there to protect the patient. So let's take a look just really quickly. Go ahead, we're going to go through this really quick. Let's take a look at everything that those gloves touched when we made that sandwich. They touched the outside of the bread cart, the knife, the mayonnaise spreader, the sauce bottles, the outside of the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the door handle, the containers inside the cooler, the slicing machine, the table, the toaster oven controls, the paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, the wrapper, and the knife again. So were those gloves effective? You kind of have to think about why we wore them. So if I tell you in healthcare, just wear gloves for everything, you're actually going to put your patient at risk because you're not going to pay attention to what you're touching with those gloves. Right, right. You guys see that? Good. All right, so now that you have the background there, we can learn when it's appropriate to wear gloves and how to wear them to maximize their effectiveness. Okay. Would this be out of the workbook that is printable, or would this be coming from the other book? The other book, Deanne, the other book. The CNA Skills Study Guide, the spiral book that's available on our website. Jake will put the, yeah, right there. All right, so go ahead and advance for me. I'll fix this on break, guys. All right, so since healthcare workers work in places with lots of pathogens, we have to talk about something called standard precautions. We want to stay safe, but we also need to keep our patients safe. And if we go into it with just wear gloves for everything, neither one of us are safe. So we haven't done what we needed to do. Go ahead.
Sorry, switching back and forth here.
So we're going to go to page 123 to learn this topic. This is going to focus on the chain of infection. You'll see a graphic in the middle of the page. This is the notes from today, what we're going to talk about. This graphic, go ahead and advance, is going to be blown up on the next slide. So this is called the chain of infection, and this is how infections actually spread in a community from person to person, or in some cases from object to person. So the first thing that we need is a pathogen. That pathogen has to have a place to live. It's got to have a doorway out. It's got to have a way of getting around and a doorway into a new victim. That victim has to be susceptible, and if they are now infected. This is the chain of infection. So go ahead and advance for me, and let's talk about each step of this and what we can do to interrupt it. So the first thing that we need is a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. If you don't have hepatitis C, you can't give it to me. No pathogen, no problem. Now, the problem here is that you can't tell by looking at somebody what pathogens they have on board. There's no little LCD screen on our forehead that says HIV, hepatitis, MRSA, nothing like that. So we don't know. And a lot of times, patients that are infected don't know either because they haven't been diagnosed yet. So you can have people walking around with HIV, spreading it all around, and they don't know they have HIV. So they're not taking any precautions. Make sense? Good? All right, so the first thing that we need is a pathogen. Go ahead. Now, that pathogen has to have a place to live. Pathogens don't do well out in the open. They won't live for very long on surfaces. Most pathogens need a nice, warm, dark, moist environment to live their best life. So hosts or people or animals are what we call reservoirs. That's where the pathogen lives. Go ahead. Now, that pathogen in that host is pretty comfy. They've set up shop. They've made it theirs. They're not going to leave on their own. This is the ideal environment. Why would I leave? I'm comfortable here. Go ahead. In order to get that pathogen out, we usually have to use a little force. That pathogen can't come out through the skin. Just can't. It has to come out through a doorway. So a doorway is any open area on a body. So eyes, that's a doorway. Nose, that's a doorway. Mouth, that's a doorway. Genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. Now, ears can be a doorway, but they're actually not as effective because it's actually closed. Your ears are closed. You've got a canal that leads to an eardrum, but that eardrum is closed. Make sense? Good. So unless you've got like tubes in your ears, there's no real opening to get inside from your ears. So your pathogens living in a host are pretty comfortable. They have to escape through a doorway, and they usually don't do that willingly. They kind of have to be pushed. So when we get sick, I want to talk to you about this real quick. What are some symptoms you get when you get sick? Okay, headaches, body aches, cough, runny nose, sneezing. Let's talk about those real quick. Remember I said the nose is a doorway? So runny nose, stuff coming out of the nose, That is your body's way of pushing the pathogens out of your body. Cough. When you cough, that's forceful. That's your body's way of pushing the pathogens out of your body. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So the symptoms that you get when you get a cold actually are coming from your body. Fever is the body's way of turning up the thermostat to make this pathogen uncomfortable so they don't stick around. So the symptoms that you have that tell you have a cold are actually your body, not the pathogen. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So all of those cold symptoms that we get are designed to push the pathogen out. Now, when we have a cut or a scrape, you bleed to push pathogens out of the wound. Cool, right? So that's the whole reason you bleed, is to clean the wound, to push those pathogens out. So we think that illness and injury cause these symptoms, but actually it's your body's way of protecting itself using these symptoms. Now, what do? We go take cold medicine to get rid of the symptoms. You didn't really get rid of the illness. You got rid of the symptoms to make yourself more comfortable. Now your immune system is still going to go to work. It'll still take care of that cold. You'll be a little more comfortable in the meantime, but you may actually prolong it a little bit because you're keeping that viral load high in your body. It's not leaving your body. Okay, good. So pathogens have to come and go through open doors, and an open door is any wet opening in your body. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. Go ahead. All of these are wet body openings. Now, this is going to be important in an upcoming lesson, so keep this in mind. Go ahead. But even though a pathogen is able to get out, doesn't really mean a whole lot. Pathogens have no legs. Pathogens have no wings. A pathogen is kind of like a cannonball. It comes out and it just falls. That's it. Can't go anywhere on its own. It's just kind of there. Now, we think that pathogens can fly around. They can't. Pathogens do not get around on their own. They have to hitch a ride, either in fluid or, in fluid or in droplets that can be carried on air currents. They have to hitch a ride somewhere. They have no car of their own. Okay, go ahead. So this is the most common way that pathogens are spread, either in fluid, so blood, body fluids, or in tiny droplets on air currents. There are very few airborne pathogens that don't need droplets. They can just like literally float in the air. There's very, very, very few that can float in the air. Thank God, because those are almost impossible to control. If it's in the air, that's really hard to control. Now, droplet, which is how most things are spread, droplet, the pathogen is not in the air. It's on a mucus droplet in the air. So those mucus droplets are heavy. So as I'm talking, some droplets are coming out, but they're heavy. So they only go out about 6 foot and fall. So the area around me may have droplets. And remember, pathogens don't live very long outside of the body. So they're only active for a little while. Do you guys remember COVID? How far away did they tell you to stand from other people? That's because droplets only go out so far and they fall. Yeah. So COVID was spread through droplets. You guys see why they had you separate 6 feet? Okay. All right, but just getting out of a patient doesn't really do them a whole lot of good. Even if they can get around to another person, still hasn't helped them a bit. They have to be able to get in another person. Well, just like pathogens can't drill out of the skin, they have to go out through a doorway. They have to come in through a doorway as well. Go ahead. So, same doorways. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. So let me put this in terms you can understand. You have hepatitis C. You begin bleeding. So hepatitis C is our pathogen. She is the host for that pathogen. She bleeds, which pushes the pathogen out. Now, over there on that table, your blood is no danger to me at all. I'm way over here. That blood cannot magically just fly over here to me. I'm not in danger. But if I come over to you and I put my hand on that blood, I have hepatitis C covered blood on my hand, but it can't drill through my skin. That hepatitis C is not in me. It has to find a doorway in. So if I rub my eyes, wipe my nose, eat some potato chips, I am allowing that pathogen to get into me. If I have a wound that is open, that pathogen can use it as a doorway to get in. But it has to have a doorway. It can't drill through the skin. So, everybody got that? Even if that pathogen is able to get inside me, okay? So she's got the pathogen, she's the host, she springs a leak, blood on the table, I touch the blood, I bring it up to me, I get it in my eyes or my nose or my mouth or through a wound. Even if that pathogen gets into me, go ahead, doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be infected. And that's because if that pathogen doesn't find a doorway in, it'll die. Remember, they don't live outside the body very long. Go ahead. Even if, one more. Even if that pathogen is able to get in me, it doesn't mean that I'm infected. I have to be susceptible. Now, susceptible means that my immune system does not know that virus. So let me explain to you how this works. Let's say that a bad guy comes in that door. That bad guy is here to cause harm to us. Now, you're the closest person, and you've got a jacket. So you wrap that jacket around the bad guy's face, and it doesn't kill him, but it scares him. So he goes back outside. Now, there's a whole line of bad guys out there. So he says, hey, the next person that goes in, just be aware that girl in the front is going to cover you with her jacket. So dodge it. Second bad guy comes in. He knows all about you. You're not a danger. He sees you. So you grab that pen and you start stabbing him, but the pen doesn't really penetrate anything. But you do scare him off, so he goes outside. He tells the next bad guy, jacket, pen. Third bad guy comes in and he sees you, and you grab that hand sanitizer and you squirt it at him, and it starts to melt off his skin. Doesn't kill him, but it does do some damage. He goes back outside and he tells them, jacket, pen, hand sanitizer. Bad guy number 4 comes in and you just pick up a knife and just start stabbing him. You've killed him. Thank you very much. You've kept all of us safe. But it took us a little while to get there, right? We had to go through some options to figure out what's going to work on this bad guy. It's exactly what happens in your body when you get infected with something. Your body has to try different ways of killing that pathogen. It doesn't go straight for the knife. It has to find different options. Now, everything that it tries, though, we've told the other bad guys waiting what's coming up. Anything they survive, they are now aware of. Make sense? This is why you were told to take all of your antibiotics, because we do not want the bad guys to know all of our secret weapons. And anything they survive, they're able to tell others about. Good? Make sense? Okay, but the good news is, because you killed them, we now have a wanted poster. We put that pathogen's picture on there. We put exactly how to kill it. Knife works well. We put all of that in there, and we put it in a filing cabinet. So if we ever see that particular bad guy again, we know exactly what to do about it. We know exactly what works. We don't have to go through the jacket and the pen and the hand sanitizer. We know those don't work. We have detailed instructions. That is called immunity. That's why you get sick with something, and then you usually don't get it again. Sometimes, though, those immunity files, those filing cabinets, yeah, they're old. They're outdated. You know, filing cabinets that are 50 years old, you know, stuff you got 50 years ago, it may not be as up to date as we would like. So sometimes you can get the same cold that you got years and years and years ago, just because our information's a little old and outdated. But for the most part, if you get it and you kill it and you overcome it, we have a file on it. Make sense? Good? You guys understand how immunity works?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're not the only ones with immunity. Those guys have got it too. So everything that we threw at it, it has a record of. It works both ways. But there's a way that we can give that file to somebody that has never been infected with the pathogen. We use an immunization. An immunization or a vaccine, all it does is puts instructions in the new person that says, hey, this is what the bad guy looks like. These are the things that don't work. These are the things that do. So we basically give our immune system a head start. If you see that bad guy, try this. So let's go back to our hepatitis C, right? So you have hepatitis C, you bled on the table, I touched it, I put it in me. Now I have hepatitis C in me, but if I have instructions inside my body that tells it exactly how to kill that hepatitis C, it's not going to have a chance to multiply enough to make me sick. I'm going to kill it before it ever gets there. Make sense? So your patient, right. So your patient, or the person that comes into contact has to be susceptible.
Well, it fights it off.
Yeah, it gives you a better opportunity. Yes, a better opportunity. Okay. Now, nothing is foolproof.
Right.
Okay, nothing is foolproof. Even if you had, let's say that you had chickenpox in the past and you get exposed to chickenpox again, your body has the instructions to get rid of chickenpox before it sets up shop and multiplies.
Right.
Hopefully that will work. But what if that filing cabinet got damaged because you had an illness that damaged filing cabinets? Mm-hmm. So you have a decreased immunity. Well, even though you've had chickenpox before, your body can't remember the instructions, so you may get it again. Good? Make sense? Good? Okay. Is it normal after completing your state exam application for the background screen in the unit to say, I haven't received your background results?
And then part 2.
Okay. Lesson 4, go back and watch the last half hour of lesson 4, the last session. And I will explain in lesson 4 how that whole process works. I don't want to take up time from today's lesson to go over that. Lesson 4 of the last session, the last half hour, will explain all of that to you. All right. So go ahead and advance me, please. All right, so if your immune system has been trained on how to kill that pathogen, it won't be able to cause any damage. It's going to get killed before it takes hold. Go ahead. Having a, Okay. Having a healthy immune system will allow your trained white blood cells to go to work. And this is why we really want to keep our immune system in the best shape that we can. So get enough sleep. Don't drink to excess, get good regular exercise, manage your stress, all the things that we don't do on a daily basis, right? I'm the worst at this. It's probably why I have the immune system of a slug. So keeping your immune system in tip-top shape when you're working in healthcare is super important because it will help minimize your exposure risk. Okay, go ahead. But the real problem here, pathogens don't really live outside the body too long on surfaces. Go ahead. But the real problem here is that we have pathogens in most of our healthcare settings. So we know we're working around these bad guys. Now, we know that they can't get in through the skin. We know that. They have to go through a doorway. Go ahead. If they can't find a doorway, they will die. That's a good thing. But the problem is, go ahead, that as a CNA, we are working around doorways all day long. So we're the ones that are going to put our patients at risk. Because if we have pathogens and we bring them to our patients' doorways, and that patient is probably susceptible because their immune system's busy doing something else, this is how we can give a patient a pathogen they did not come in with. And unfortunately, CNAs, direct care workers, are really at fault for this a lot. This is why we can't just wear gloves for everything. We have to have a better understanding. Now, understand that this is like a third grade explanation of infection control. I've really simplified it. It's a much, much, much more complex topic. So those of you in the comments, don't come at me. I know it's very, very complex, but for a CNA, brand new, entry level, we got to start here. Okay. All right, go ahead. Oops, I'm sorry, back up one more. Okay, so to recap, in order for infection to occur, you have to have a pathogen. It has to have a place to live. It has to escape from that host through a doorway. It's got to have a way of getting around, either in fluids or on droplets. And then it has to find a doorway into another person. That person has to be susceptible. If they are, an infection occurs. And then we start all over again. If we can break this chain somewhere, we prevent somebody else from becoming a victim. Now, the place that we generally break it is right here. This mode of transmission, how it gets from point A to point B. Remember, it has to have a vehicle. That vehicle, 9 times out of 10, is your hands. Okay? This is where we're going to concentrate. So our golden rule here, go ahead, is don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. It's that simple. You want to keep yourself safe? There's your rule. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. At work and outside of work. Keep yourself from being a victim. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. And yes, it means everything you think it does. Okay? Good? This is how you keep yourself safe. Go ahead. I'm going to have a t-shirt made up that says cover your holes. Because that's really what we need to do. right? If you are coughing or sneezing, you need to cover your holes. If you are bleeding, you need to cover your holes. Good? Makes sense? Okay. All right, so gloves, what they do is they help provide an extra layer of protection. An extra layer of protection. It doesn't take the place of anything. It just gives us an extra. But the problem with gloves is that when we wear them, we stop paying attention to what we're touching with them. And chances are we have pathogens on those gloves. So if we have pathogens on the gloves and we're not paying attention, we can spread those pathogens everywhere in a clinical setting, including onto our patient. Now, this is where CNAs kind of go wrong because we tend to think about gloves as protecting us. And yes, they do. They add an extra layer of protection, but that's not really why they're there. They're there to protect this guy because we are in a setting that has a lot of pathogens. Like the biggest, baddest pathogens in the community are in healthcare settings. So this guy's at risk just by being there and being sick. If we touch a bunch of stuff and then touch our patient, especially any of their holes, it's very likely that we're going to give them something they didn't come in with. And this is infection control is what generally derails most CNAs on the test, either on the written test or the skills. If you don't understand infection control, you will absolutely put a patient at risk, and they're looking for that on the test. So this is where most students go wrong. There are a lot of schools out there, a lot of schools. Don't be one of them. There are a lot of schools out there that the instructors just tell their students, wear gloves for everything. Wear gloves for everything. Who does that put at risk? The patient. That's right. And yet it's easier for the instructors, so they just default to that, wear gloves for everything. They don't take the 45 minutes to go through this whole lecture. The test is looking for those students. They want to disqualify them. Good? Make sense? All right. Go ahead and advance me, please. Okay. So you're pretty healthy. Your immune system is currently on standby. Go ahead. The patient is ill or injured, so their immune system is currently busy. If you just...
I'm sorry, I'm responding to an issue
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
if you just do this.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. If their immune system is currently busy, who's going to fight the new invaders? This is why hospital acquired or healthcare acquired infections are so dangerous in our patients. Go ahead. They need a doorway to get in. They can't get in through the skin. So remember that. As long as your skin is intact, you're not really the one at risk here. Okay. I remember way back when, oh my gosh, this is a million years ago. Most of you guys weren't even on the planet. When I first started in healthcare, HIV was just brand new on the scene. It was late 80s. And there was a lot of uncertainty around HIV. We didn't know what it was. We didn't know how it was spread. And healthcare workers were refusing to take care of patients. Flat out refusing because they were afraid. They were afraid. That's where all of this started to come out. And healthcare workers were trained on how infections are spread, the chain of infections. And it was specifically to try to get healthcare workers to start caring for HIV patients. Well, when I was a brand new nurse, brand new, I actually went to work at an HIV clinic. And I learned infection control, forwards, backwards, inside out, and upside down. it's important to understand this, not just for HIV, but for every pathogen. Does that make sense? Okay. HIV is not the last pathogen we are going to encounter in our lifetime that we don't know anything about. We just had one, COVID. That's why they told us all to stay home, because we didn't know how it was spread. They had us wiping down our ketchup bottles from the grocery store because we didn't know whether it spread through contact. They had us standing apart from each other because we didn't know if it was droplet. They had us wearing masks because we didn't know if it spread airborne. Remember I said airborne super scary because it's really hard to control. One of the most infamous airborne is measles. Measles is airborne. So you guys hear about the measles outbreak in Texas? You guys hear about that? Texas has a very, or not a very, Texas has a community more predisposed to not getting vaccinating their children. So they're having a measles outbreak in Texas. And the problem with measles is that it can stay in the air for like days. So they have these alerts that go out. If you were at Chuck E. Cheese on this date, you need to go get checked because it's airborne. Now, thankfully, there aren't very many airborne illnesses, and we're very thankful for that. But the problem is when a new illness shows up on the scene, we don't have any information on it. So we have to kind of go through the whole process and figure out. So the public health gives us some directions to help keep ourselves safe until they figure out what's happening with it, just like they did with HIV back in the 80s. Does that make sense? Okay. I don't know why they made it political. It's kind of crazy to me. Somebody should have just said, hey, we don't know anything about this, so we're going to give you some direction based on the chain of infection that if you want to keep yourself safe, this is probably how you should do it. So why that became political, I don't know. All right. So pathogens cannot get through the skin. Go ahead. This is why we care, right here. This is why we care. As a CNA, this is what we do. We help patients with sleep and rest. We help patients with toileting. We help patients with grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. This is us. And there's a whole lot of, go ahead. There's a whole lot of open doorways that we are going to be working with. So we have to understand how infections spread to be able to keep our patients safe because we're going to be working around their doorways. So we have some rules that we have to learn when it comes to gloves. Go ahead. So remember, doorways let pathogens out, but they can also let pathogens in. And the patient's immune system might be a little too busy to protect them. Go ahead. Go ahead. So gloves provide an extra layer of protection for the patient as well as for us. And it's not really about us. Go ahead. As long as we use them correctly. Go ahead. This is the rule right here. If we are going to touch, if we might touch, if it's a possibility to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, basically any doorways, we need an extra layer of protection. Good? Make sense? So here's the real benefit of wearing gloves to you. Because you won't think twice. You won't think twice about putting your hand up next to your mouth, resting your hand on your chin. You won't think twice about it you put your hands up here by your face all day long. But if you have a set of gloves on those hands, it's a visual reminder, hey, you probably need to keep those filthy paws away from your doorways. Gloves help remind you that your hands are probably contaminated, or they're going to be contaminated. So that's one of the benefits of wearing gloves. You're less likely to do this with gloves on your hands, okay? We want an extra set if we're going to be around body fluids, because remember, pathogens travel in fluids. So if we're going to touch body fluids, an extra layer of protection helps. Again, it's that reminder, don't put anything near your doorways. You've got gloves on your hand. Personal skin. You should wear gloves if you're going to touch personal skin. That's anything normally covered by a bathing suit. So breast area on females, genitals on both sexes. If it's normally covered by a bathing suit, you probably should have some gloves on if you're going to touch it. This is not just for body fluids. It's also for propriety. You don't need to be around anybody's dangly bits with your bare hands. Okay. Non-intact skin, that is any doorway that can let pathogens out or in. If you're going to be around any of those, you should have a set of gloves on. But if you're going to wear gloves, go ahead. The first thing they should touch is the patient. Now, patients often don't know if they're infected, like they haven't been diagnosed yet. They may not even have symptoms yet, but they have some pathogens on board. We can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have pathogens. And that's why we do this as a standard precaution with everybody. Everybody. If you spring a leak and I got to touch your body fluids, I'm going to grab a pair of gloves to do so because I don't know what you have. If I'm going to be around your dangly bits, I'm going to grab a set of gloves, right? Because I don't know what you might have on board. If you start sneezing or coughing and I'm going to clean up that area, I'm going to grab a pair of gloves. Again, you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have a pathogen on board. So we use this for everybody. Now, let me tell you how serious I am about this. When my oldest son was about 17 years old, he went with his dad. They were tearing down some stuff and he injured his leg. I mean, a piece of metal fell on his ankle and it scraped it all the way down to the tendon. And they were a couple hours away. My husband called me up and said, what do? I gave him instructions, go to the drugstore, get this stuff, bring him home to me. When he got home, first thing I did was put on a pair of gloves. He's like, Mom, I'm your son. Why are you wearing gloves? Well, those gloves aren't just there to protect me. They're also there to protect him. But he's 17. He has been out of my eyesight on occasion throughout his teenage years. I have no idea what pathogens he's got on board. If I'm going to work around body fluids of anybody, even my own children, I'm going to wear gloves. So you better bet I'm definitely wearing gloves with strangers. Good? Makes sense? Keeps both you and them safe. Go ahead. So standard precautions mean that when we're working with all patients, we assume that they have something on board that we don't want. So if I'm going to be working with their body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we're going to use an extra layer of protection. But it also protects them. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, so we use this on everyone. And if we're going to use gloves, the next rule tells us how to use them. Go ahead. Go ahead. First thing your gloves should touch is the patient. Now, this is the rule that's going to trip you up. This is the one that's going to trip you up. Most of you guys can figure out when to wear gloves. That's not an issue. This is the one that's going to mess you up. Because everything you touch with those gloves will contaminate the gloves. And then you're going to put those gloves right up next to the patient's doorways, which means you're transferring pathogens to the patient actively. So the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient, not the supplies, not the table, not the bed controls, not anything else. So if I'm going to brush somebody's teeth, I'm getting their toothbrush ready before I put my gloves on. I'm putting the head of the bed up before I put my gloves on. I'm putting the towel over their chest before I put the gloves on. Because the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. If I touched all those other things before I put my gloves in their mouth, I'm transferring pathogens. This step is going to mess you up because if you're going to wear gloves, you want to put them on right away. And a lot of students will put their gloves on and then go get their supplies. They'll put their gloves on and then put the privacy blanket on the patient. They'll put their gloves on and then go get water to bathe. Everything you touch with those gloves is going to bring something back to the patient. So you do all of your prep work first. This is the most important rule we have in this class. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. Good? Good? Okay. All right. Once you've touched the patient, your gloves are now soiled, so you have to pay attention to what those soiled gloves have touched. Do you want to hand them the call light with soiled gloves? Probably not. Do you want to touch a bed controller with soiled gloves? Do you want to touch a curtain with soiled gloves? Yeah, go into a hospital and watch what happens. Everybody touches that curtain with soiled gloves. Next person that touches the curtain is now in contact with everything that's on that curtain. Don't touch stuff in an environment with soiled gloves. Be very mindful of that. And then we have to learn how to take our gloves off correctly. You want to do this without contaminating yourself. So all of you guys have gloves on the table in front of you. Can you advance me, please? You all have gloves on the table in front of you. Put a pair on, please. Okay, so while we're talking here, I want to explain to you why these gloves are not the suit of armor that you think they are, right? This is what we think gloves do. They protect. They actually don't protect the way you think they do. Can you advance me, please? In order to understand that, let's talk about a balloon. Balloon is made out of the same material that a lot of gloves are made out of, latex. And we've all seen these party balloons, right? We inflate them with helium, they blow up. After a couple days, you end up with this little sad little small thing, right? How does the balloon go from here to here? Deflation. The helium that's inside the balloon actually leaches out through the fabric of the balloon. So when we inflate a balloon, a latex balloon, we stretch the fabric, and there's little tiny holes in the fabric. Every fabric has little tiny holes. As we stretch that fabric, what happens to those holes? They get bigger. Over time, those helium molecules are able to wiggle out through those holes. Go ahead and advance me, please. So helium molecules are able to get out through these little tiny holes. If a helium molecule can get out, do you know what can get in? Pathogens. Go ahead and advance me. And that's exactly what can happen here. Any pathogens that are on the surface of your glove can get through. Not just can, but will. Now, you guys are wearing gloves for a couple of minutes. What is it going to make your hands do? Sweat. That's right. It traps in body heat. And you wear gloves for long enough, your hands will start to sweat. When your hands sweat, Underneath this glove is now the ideal breeding environment for pathogens: warm, dark, and moist. So when pathogens do get through, and they will, when pathogens do get through and get onto the surface of your hand, they will multiply. Now, it's not really a danger to you because remember, they can't get through the skin. What is a danger is if you take your gloves off and you think to yourself, those gloves protected me, and you don't wash your hands. And that's what happens in a clinical setting. People wear gloves, they think that they're protected, they take the gloves off, and then they don't wash. And that's where we get into trouble. Good? Makes sense? Go ahead and advance. All right. So if you were to cut a piece of glove off and take it to the lab to have it cultured, you would see pathogens on the inside of your glove. Now, whether they were there from the outside and got through, that's a possibility. Whether they were already on your hand and now they're able to multiply, that's a possibility. But either way, you've got pathogens multiplying on your hands. Is that a good day? We need to make sure that we're washing our hands after. Go ahead. They've done 1 million studies on this, guys. 1 million studies. They've had people wash their hands. They've cultured the hands. They had them put gloves on and go do tasks, take the gloves off, and then they cultured the hands again, and every time stuff grows. Don't rely on gloves to keep you safe. You've got to rely on hand washing to do that. So when we take gloves off, we're going to wash our hands. Go ahead. So let's learn how to remove these gloves correctly. Now that we have worn them and they've made our hands nice and sticky. So that's a very realistic example of what we're going to see. Go ahead. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do when we take our gloves off is dirty glove can touch dirty glove. This is fine. Dirty glove cannot touch skin. You cannot go underneath. And this is what a lot of people do. They go underneath. You're contaminating your skin. So you're going to take 2 fingers and you're going to pinch up at the bottom, not at the cuff, at the palm of the hand. Pinch up, pull, and take that off inside out. Wind it up in your other hand so it's not flailing around, transmitting pathogens. And now skin can touch skin. This is fine. Can skin touch dirty glove? So now I'm going to take 2 fingers and go underneath. Pull that glove off inside out. So one glove is inside out, inside the other inside out glove. And then you can take these home and clean your toilet. You can also throw them away. So I have an activity that I used to do with students that really helps identify this. And this is something you can do at home. I got a lot of complaints because it ruined your clothing. Take shaving cream, just the plain white foamy, not the gel, the foamy shaving cream, right? Take shaving cream, put a drop of food coloring in there, any food coloring, any color, and mix it up. So now you've got something you can see. Put your gloves in it so they're coating your gloves, and then take those gloves off. If you get any shaving cream on you, you did not remove your gloves correctly. Okay, good. But understand that it will stain your clothing if you get it on you. All right, so step-by-step directions are there on page 43. Here are our steps. We pinch up at the cuff. We pull it off inside out. We go underneath the other cuff, and we pull that inside out. When you take the state exam, if you wear gloves for any of the skill, and you usually do have one skill that will require gloves, if you wear gloves, you are graded on how you take them off. If you try to wear gloves for every skill, they are going to tell you you don't need gloves for every skill. They will actively tell you that. Now, the reason they're doing that is twofold. Number one, you're utilizing resources that that testing center has to pay for that you don't need. But number two, it tells them that you don't understand infection control. So now they're really going to grade you harshly on infection control. You've made the test harder for yourself. Go ahead and advance me. All right, so here are our glove rules. We're going to use gloves if you might touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. The first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. We have to pay attention to what our dirty gloves have touched, and then we remove the soiled gloves correctly. Good? All right, we're going to go ahead and take our break. What number am I on?
You are on 130.
1:30. Okay, let's go ahead and take our break. When you come back in 15 minutes, we're going to get into the first skill. All right. So this is just a reminder that our flashcards have the steps of the skills, they have the supplies you need for each skill, and they have the principles that we're learning that are going to govern each skill. And remember, principles aren't on the care plan. This is information you need to know in order to take the test. So if you're going to make your own flashcards, please make sure that you're addressing all three, because this is all stuff that won't be provided to you during the test. You need to know all of that. If you decide to purchase them through us, they are $15 through graduation. All right, so now we can actually learn a skill. Page 52, pulse. We know skill rules. We know the opening. Now we know glove rules, and we know the closing. So all that's left to learn are the steps specific to pulse. So page 53, we'll go over step-by-step instructions. So just so that you kind of get a visual idea, this is the checklist for pulse, okay? Anything with green is checked off by the opening. Anything with red is checked off by the closing. Anything with purple is given to you by the care plan. So if you're looking at this, there are only 3 steps on this whole checklist that have to do specifically with the pulse. Just 3. So out of this whole checklist, the majority of it is going to be checked off with your opening, your closing, and following the care plan. But let's learn the other stuff that we need to know. Okay. Step-by-step instructions are here. Tells you exactly how to do this skill. If you take this book home, find a live person that you have laying around. Any live person will do. Give them this book and tell them, read these steps to me. They read the step and you do it. 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 This will cause what we call forced comprehension. You are now demonstrating the skill exactly as required by the test. You will develop muscle memory. Then, once you've done that, hand them the book and say, don't read the steps to me. Let me do the skill and you tell me if I missed any. Now you can create your own evaluator at home before you go test. Okay? That's how you use that book to help with test success. All right. So here's our care plan. A patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse. It even tells you where. Measured at the wrist. For 1 full minute and record your readings. How long do we have to count for? Why? Okay, easy answer. Care plan. Because care plan told us to. And yes, it's going to get us the most accurate reading. If the care plan doesn't tell us to, we can follow a different option. But this care plan said 1 full minute, so you can guarantee that the test is going to grade us on whether we counted for a full minute, because they're trying to find out, do we understand that we have to follow the care plan? Go ahead and advance me, please. So let's talk about what is a pulse. You have a heart, left side of your chest. The heart squeezes. When the heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. And that wave pushes the one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through your circulatory system in waves. You actually see this in slasher movies. Slasher movie, when they cut off a body part, it spurts. That spurt is a wave. Spurt, spurt, spurt. They're the waves. Well, what we can do is feel those waves under our finger. If we count those waves, it tells us how many times the heart squeezed over that minute. Each squeeze produces a wave. So if we count the waves, we know how many times the heart squeezed. That's all a pulse is. An indirect measurement of how many times the heart squeezed. Good? Everybody know what a pulse is? Okay, go ahead. All right. So when that heart squeezes and it pushes out a wave of blood, it will then relax. Then it'll squeeze again and relax. And it squeezes again and relaxes. Now, this is important for us to understand because that is how we get the pulse. Pulse. It's feeling that wave under our fingers. Good? Good. So we're going to report this over a full minute. All pulses are reported over a full minute. Doesn't mean you have to count for a full minute. I'll give you a shortcut in a minute, but it means that they're reported over a full minute. Go ahead. But in order for you to kind of understand what's happening here, we're going to talk about a garden hose, attached to a faucet outside. If you turn that faucet on full force, the hose gets bigger and water comes out. More pressure inside that hose when water's moving through it. Go ahead. When you turn that faucet off, the hose kind of shrinks down, gets squishy, less pressure inside. Good? Good. This is going to be important with blood pressure later. Go ahead. So if we look at this graph that we just saw, the heart squeezes and pushes out a wave of blood. That's like turning the faucet on. Then it rests. That's like turning the faucet off. So if I were the heart, I would be standing at the faucet going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. And we're just trying to figure out how many times did that happen over the last minute. And that's why we count the pulse. How many times did that heart contract? Now, if the heart is pumping fast, super fast, very fast, we're not going to get big waves like this because there's not enough time for the heart to refill before it pumps again. So when we have a super fast pulse, that means that we're not pushing out as much blood with each contraction. Okay, because it's just too fast. Too fast. It doesn't have time to fill. So anything over 100, we consider too fast. It means that we may not be getting blood where it needs to go because we're not really pushing around as much blood with each contraction. Now, if it pushes too slow, we might not get the blood where we need it to go because we're just simply not going fast enough. So anything under 60 would need to be reported to the nurse. Too slow. Not getting enough blood where it needs to go. Just too slow. If we get anything over 100, it's going too fast and the ventricles aren't allowed to fill before we're sending blood out. So the waves are going to be smaller. There's a lot of them, but the waves are smaller, so we may not be getting blood where it needs to go. Anything over 100 would get reported to the nurse. Between 60 and 100, that's normal. Now, there are situations, though, where sometimes you'll go to the nurse and you'll go, oh my gosh, this guy's pulse is only 40, and watch the nurse run down the hall because that's just not enough. Other times you might say, oh my gosh, the pulse rate's 40, and she goes, yeah, it's fine. Well, wait a minute. It's the same 40. Why is it fine for one person and not for another? Why aren't you running for this guy? So let me explain to you. Cardio athletes, people who work on cardio strength a lot. I'm not talking about going to the gym 3 times a week for 15 minutes on the treadmill. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Olympic swimmers, that spend 8 hours a day in the pool doing laps, or the cyclists that spend 8 hours a day on a bike. I'm talking about cardio athletes. What muscle they're working on strengthening is their heart. That's what cardio means. Cardio is the word for heart. Now, if I went to the gym and all day, every day did bicep curls like this, I would have biceps to kill for. Clearly, I don't, but I would have biceps to kill for because that's the muscle that I'm working on. It will grow in size and strength. Well, cardio athletes, the muscle we're working on is the heart. So when cardio athletes are doing their exercise, they're strengthening that heart. So when the heart beats and pushes out a wave of blood, the muscle is so strong that it goes whoosh, and it pushes out a wave of blood. Now, it doesn't have to beat as fast because each one of the beats are pushing out a wave of blood. So cardio athletes usually have a very low heart rate. In fact, anybody know, have you ever heard of Lance Armstrong? Okay, his resting heart rate is around 35, 38 beats a minute. Now, I told you 60 to 100 is normal. So he's like half a normal. And we're okay with that because we know that his heart is so strong that each one of those beats is worth 2 of mine. Because my heart's like, it just doesn't, not really pushing out a whole lot each time. So it's going to have to beat faster. Make sense? Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you got bodybuilders. Bodybuilders do not have a low heart rate. They actually have a high heart rate because they're not working on their heart muscle. Bodybuilders are working on their skeletal muscles, the ones you see. And they don't like to do a lot of cardio because cardio leans you out. They're trying to bulk up. So they're not making their heart stronger, but they're giving their body more muscle mass to feed. So we have to have a higher heart rate. Make sense? Isn't that cool? So we can tell a lot about the health of somebody just by counting how many times their heart beats. But anything between 60 and 100 is normal. Anything outside of that gets reported to the nurse. It's up to the nurse to decide whether that is normal for the patient. Good? Right. Go ahead. So how do we find a pulse? Well, we're going to get an artery. And we're going to press down on that artery with our fingers. And if we press down enough, we'll actually feel that wave as it goes under. Now, if we press down too much, we'll crimp that artery closed. You're not going to feel anything. So too strong, you won't feel anything. Too light, if you just barely press that down, you're not going to feel that wave. So we kind of have to have a sweet spot here, and it's different for everybody. So some people, you're going to have to press pretty deep to feel that because there's a lot of skin and tissue and muscle and stuff in the way. Other people, you might barely have to press down at all, and you'll feel the thumps. So we start light. If you don't feel anything, go a little deeper. Don't feel anything, press a little more. Don't feel anything, press a little more. Don't feel anything, press a little more. Oh, there it is. Good? Make sense? Everybody's a little different. Go ahead. Once we find the pulse, we can feel those thumps underneath our finger. We're going to start counting them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. We're counting the thumps that we feel underneath our finger. Normals between 60 and 100. Go ahead. You want to make sure the elbow is supported on the bed while you're counting. Don't have somebody hold their arm up in midair. When you do this, these muscles have to engage to keep the arm up in the air. When I engage these muscles, they need more blood. What do you think that's going to do to the heart rate? Speed it up. That's right. So if that arm isn't supported, you will artificially elevate the heart rate. So keep that elbow on the table, on a chair, on the bed, on something. Don't leave that arm hanging out in midair. Go ahead. We're not going to use our thumb to take a pulse. Your thumb has an artery in it, and you'll get your own pulse, which won't really help you a bit for the patient. So do not use your thumb. We're going to use 2 fingers, index finger and middle finger. Some people use 3, that's fine, but I find it's usually that third one's in the way. 2 fingers is really kind of your sweet spot, but you want to use your fingertips, not the flat part of your fingers, your fingertips. You have way more nerve endings in your fingertips, so it's easier to feel those. Remember, we're feeling. So we want to feel those thumps under our fingers. Using your fingertips will help you with that, not the flat part. Go ahead. So you can see here, I'm using my fingertips, not the flat part of my fingers. The elbow is on the bed. Go ahead. Do you see where my fingers are here? You see the thumb as it's coming down into the wrist? This is where a pulse is. It's right past the juncture of the thumb and the wrist. Okay, so this is the bendy part of the wrist. This is where we want to be, is at the lines, at the bendy part of the wrist. If you try to find a pulse down here, there's too much stuff in your way. There's skin, fat, muscle, connective tissue. You want to be way up here at the bendy part of the wrist. And it's way, 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 way over to the side. It's not in the middle. It's way over here. So the best way to find it is to put your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand with your thumb pointing up. Go ahead and put your hand out. Now, along the top of your wrist, you have a bone. There's a bone right here. At the bendy part of the wrist, find that bone and put 2 fingers on that bone like you're going to dive off a cliff. Stand them up. Roll those fingers forward and put your thumb on the back, and you'll be on top of that artery. Okay, so there's a bone right here. Stand your fingers on the bone, roll forward, put your thumb on the back. You will find your pulse. Yeah. Everybody find your pulse? Anybody dead? I know CPR. Okay, find somebody else's. Grab a partner. Find somebody else's.
Sorry to tear you apart for a moment. This program is just one step, apparently. So this one alone, this guy was recommending that he combined it with another program.
We have SendGrid.
Okay, we have SendGrid. Okay,
Yeah.
so then I need to get into SendGrid and do the optimization on all that stuff. But I don't know where we're going on that one. Oh, here we go.
Okay, did everybody find somebody else's pulse? Okay. Remember, the elbow has to be supported. When you find the pulse, you want to make sure your thumb goes on the back side. Now, the reason is if I just put my fingers here, I'll find the pulse. Yeah, that's not a problem. I'll find it. But I have to count how long? 1 minute. Care plan said 1 full minute. So if my fingers are just hanging out here for 1 full minute, over time, they're going to relax. I can't help it. They just will. A minute is a long time, much longer than you think it is. So what ends up happening is you find the pulse, you start counting, and then you lose it. So if you put your thumb on the back side of the wrist, your hand is in a C shape, and that holds consistent pressure. You're less likely to lose the count, and you won't have to start over. Okay, good. It's actually a really important part is putting your thumb on the back. Go ahead. Okay. So putting your thumb on the back allows you to hold consistent pressure with those fingers. Go ahead. One more. All right. All pulse rates are reported over a minute. So if somebody says pulse rate is 72, that means a heartbeat 72 times a minute. Somebody has a heart rate of 80, that means a heartbeat 80 times a minute. Somebody has a heart rate of 46, that means a heartbeat 46 times a minute. So it's always reported over a full minute, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to count for 1 full minute. We're going to count as long as the care plan tells us to. Now, this care plan tells us to count for 1 full minute, so we will. We'll count for 1 full minute. But if the care plan does not specify, go ahead. If the care plan does not specify, we can use a shortcut. So the shortcut is we count for 15 seconds. Okay. So a lot of times we just don't have time to count for 1 full minute. If the pulse is nice and regular and the care plan doesn't tell us, we can count for 15 seconds. Go ahead. Now, if you look at this graphic, you can see that 15 seconds, we have 4 of them in a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I count for 15 seconds and I got 18, then, and it's regular, I know that he would have 18 here, and 18 here. So I would multiply that 15-second count by 4 to get my reading. Good? Make sense? Does everybody understand that? So with pulses, you can count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get your full minute reading. But for the test, we're going to count for as long as care plan tells us, which is 1 full minute. Go ahead. All right, we're going to document our reading. Normal pulse rate 60 to 100. Documentation form will look like this for the test. We write in the number that we get. We do not announce it to the nurse. You don't tell the evaluator, okay, I get 72. What'd you get? For the test, the evaluator does not exist. You don't talk to them. You don't interact with them. You interact with the patient. They're just there to observe. So we don't tell the evaluator what we get. Our care plan told us to document our reading on the documentation form provided. So if I get 72, I've got to go write it on the documentation form. Now, for the test, the evaluator is going to be on the other side of the patient. And they're also taking the pulse at the same time you are. And they're going to get a number. And hopefully it's the same number because it was all created by the same heart. That's how they're going to judge your accuracy. Now, you have to be within 4 beats of that nurse's reading. So if the nurse got 76 and you got 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you are considered accurate. Guys, that's a huge margin of error. This skill isn't about being accurate. It's about following the care plan. Good? Okay. I tried 3 times. I don't pass a state test. So I'm so sorry to hear that, Clemencia. If you go through and watch all of our lessons, you will be successful. But you'll probably, and if you fail 3 times, you probably have to take a state-approved class to be eligible to retest. We wish you lots of luck. Okay, go ahead and advance. So here are the checkpoints for this particular skill. We're going to use these principles to check off these checkpoints, and we're going to do this together. So we're going to go through this very quickly, Jake. Go ahead and advance. All right, so our care plan tells us to measure the radial pulse at the wrist. So checkpoint 5 says place his fingers on wrist at radial pulse to measure the pulse rate. This is making sure that we do this. Good. There's lots of different pulse points on the body. Lots of pulse points. You've got the radial at the wrist. You've got the brachial on the inside of the elbow area. We're going to learn about that on Monday. You've got carotid, which is way up here underneath the chin. We usually use that when we think somebody's dead. We've got axillary, which is underneath the arm. I'm not putting my hand in anybody's underarm if I don't have to. You've got femoral, which is in the groin. Again, not going through that. You've got popliteal on the back of the knees. And you've got dorsal pedalis at the top of the foot. So you got lots of different pulse points in the body. But the wrist is the one we use most often because it's the least personal one. So let me give you an example, a demonstration. Okay, and I'm going to pick on you because you're right there. So if I were to take her pulse, and I want to get all fancy with it for the test, right? Because I want to impress those evaluators. And I do this. How comfortable are you right now? Not comfortable at all. I have my hands around somebody's throat. That is a little bit distressing, right? A little intimidating. What do you think is going to happen to her pulse rate if I make her anxious? It's going to speed up. Am I going to get an accurate reading? No. And that's what happens during the test is sometimes students want to get a little fancy to show those evaluators that they know a thing or two. But what did our care plan say? At the wrist. So if we get fancy, we don't get that checkpoint. Do you guys see that? Good. Okay, go ahead. Okay. It also tells us on the care plan we have to count for 1 full minute. So the checklist asks, did you count for 1 full minute? Go ahead. Tells us to record our readings. And the checklist is going to ask, did you record your reading? Opening tells us we have to knock because the checkpoint says announce self or knock. Go ahead. Greet resident. That's up here. Address by name. That's up here. Introduce yourself. That's up here. Describe skill. That's right here. Provide explanations to resident about care before beginning and during care. Go ahead. Obtain permission. Ask resident about preferences. Close curtain. Close curtain before providing care. Wash hands. Refrain from touching resident before hands are clean. We're going to use standard precautions. So if we are going to take a pulse and they have a big old cat scratch right where our hands are going to go, do we need gloves? Yes. Chances are for the test, your patient is not going to need gloves. Remember, the evaluators pair you up with another student. If I know you have pulse and you've got a brand new cat at home and you've got scratches all over, you are not going to be the patient for her. Got it? Okay. So for the test, you probably won't need gloves to do this skill. All right, go ahead. We're going to support the arm because our checklist tells us to. We're not going to use our thumb to take the pulse because we'll get our own pulse and the checklist tells us. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat area of the fingers. This tells us where that radial pulse is. We're going to follow the care plan, normals between 60 and 100. We're going to start and stop for timing. In Florida, if there's 2 evaluators, you have to count with both. And of course, we have to document because our care plan tells us to, but we're not done yet. Go ahead. We need to make sure the bed is in the low position before we end the skill. We need to ask about comfort before we end the skill. We need to give them their call light before we end the skill. We have to wash our hands and document and end skill with clean hands before we end the skill. So we're going to use all of these principles to get all of these checkpoints. If you just walk in for the test and you don't do your opening, and you don't do your closing, if you just walk over to the patient, find the pulse, count for 1 full minute, and say, I'm done, you will fail the skill, because the only things that you got checked off were right here. You guys see that? This is why learning the principles, all this other stuff is so important. Go ahead. All right. So remember, every care plan is going to be different. This is your instruction manual for this patient, not this one, not this one, this one. So we have to follow this care plan for the patient that we're working on. So I'm going to show you the video for this. Now, this is one of the newer videos that we've done. And we're going to start out with this one. I don't have the new videos for all of them, but we do for Pulse. And the reason this is important, on this new video, at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see all of these checkpoints that we just went over. So you get to see what I'm doing with the checkpoints. You can kind of put those two things together in your mind. But what you're also going to see as part of this video, because when I created these videos, I really had to stop and think, it's a video, but I want you guys to be able to participate in taking the pulse while I'm taking the pulse on the video. How can I make that happen? So on the screen, you're actually going to see the letters get bigger and smaller, bigger and smaller, bigger. And that is what I'm feeling under my fingers. So when I say start, you'll see that those letters get bigger. That's 1, 2, 3. So if you count along with what you see on the screen, at the end of the skill, you'll see me document. And let's see how close you get. Okay. All right, Jake. Sure. Oh, preloaded. Yeah. Oh, yeah, hold on. It is go to desktop. No, go to StreamYard. Bring StreamYard up. Present. Video. Go to desktop. No.
Got it.
Right there.
I see. Gotcha. Pulse.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to take your pulse. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Okay, now that I've washed my hands, I'm going to elevate your forearm, keeping your elbow on the bed. I'm going to find the pulse, which is on the thumb side of the wrist. 2 fingers, thumb on the back. And this will take me about a minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? Pick a starting point on the clock. Ready, set, start.
Stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button and we'll be happy to help you. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. The bed is in the low position. I'm going to go wash my hands. In Florida, you would count with the second evaluator at this point. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to document and wash my hands. After washing my hands the final time, I'll review the care plan, think about my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
That mannequin will be in bed. Charting is not required for this one. Go ahead and advance. And here are our step-by-step instructions on how to do this skill. Care plan is up at the top. Supplies are down here. We've got some knowledge questions here after this demonstration. If you can answer these questions, you've got the information you need. Go ahead and advance. Here's our care plan. It tells us to dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, you'll leave the resident in bed. These are the principles that are going to govern how we're going to do this. There's some things here that we don't know yet, so we're going to have to learn them. Go ahead and advance. So right now, we know skill rules, the opening and glove rules. We also know the closing. We've got some things here to learn in order to learn how to do this skill. These things are going to apply to other skills as well. Just like the opening and the glove rules will apply to other skills as well. Go ahead. Remember, principles won't be on the care plan. These are all things that you have to know as a CNA. So you've really got to pay attention to these principles and learn them. Go ahead. So this care plan won't tell us to do the opening or closing. It's not going to indicate whether we need gloves. It's not going to tell us that we need a barrier or privacy blanket, and it's not going to tell us that linen rules are going to apply. All we're going to get is that care plan. It doesn't tell us the supplies or the principles. We have to know these things in order to be able to do this successfully. Go ahead. So the first one we're going to learn is barrier. A barrier is going to apply to a lot of skills. Basically, anything with supplies needs a barrier. So you can see all of the skills here that this principle is going to apply to. I do have a video on this on my website. Go ahead. And here are the notes for this particular lecture. Go ahead. So what we need to understand is that these overbed tables are not clean. Oh, these overbed tables are not clean. This one is empty. Still not considered clean because I put a lot of stuff on it. In a clinical setting, they won't be empty like this. Tables usually look more like this. They'll have books and pens and chapstick and tissues and juice containers and all kinds of stuff on them. But we need a place to put our supplies. If I put supplies on this table, it's going to get those supplies dirty before I ever use them. So we've got to create a clean space for our clean supplies. Go ahead. Remember, those supplies are all clean. Move this. Go ahead. The table is not. Go ahead. So we need to create a clean space on this table. And to do that, we're going to use a barrier. Now, a barrier can be anything. It can be a paper towel. It can be a bath towel. It can be a Kleenex. It can be anything that separates your dirty work surface from your clean supplies as a barrier. But for the test, we're going to use a very specific kind. This is a disposable underpad. A lot of syllables. Disposable underpad. It is waterproof and absorbent. So we use these as barriers on the state exam. That helps keep things from getting onto this table. So remember, you can use anything as a barrier, okay? When you use this specific one as a barrier, you want to put it on the table so that the absorbent side is facing up. Now, they come in different colors. There's tan, there's green, there's blue. Just make sure the absorbent side is facing up. Good? Go ahead. When we're getting our supplies, we can only touch them with clean hands. So we did our opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. Now that I have clean hands, I can go get whatever supplies that I need. But I need a clean place to put those supplies once I get them. So the order we do this is actually going to be very, very important. Go ahead. We've washed our hands and we got our clean supplies. Go ahead. But what's not clean is our uniform. This uniform, when I start work, leans against the sink, kneels on the floor, presses up against the bed,
brushes up against the curtain, this uniform is not clean. I do not want to hold things up against my uniform. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, so clean supplies cannot touch your uniform. Go ahead. So if I go get that barrier, when I get the rest of my supplies, that barrier is folded. So I go get the barrier. In order to unfold this and spread it out on the table, I need 2 hands. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. If I try to get this at the same time as my supplies, I'll end up holding those supplies against my uniform to do this. And now I've contaminated the supplies before I even put them on the barrier. So in order to do this and keep everything clean, because barrier is all about clean, go ahead. We're going to get that barrier first, put it on the table, and then go back and get the rest of your supplies and put them on the barrier. And you do that without holding anything up against your uniform. Does that make sense? Okay. Your uniform is not clean, not once you start work. Go ahead. Now, you know, I owned the scrub shop for like 18 years or something, a long time. One of the things that they started coming out with a couple years ago was antimicrobial scrubs. In fact, the scrubs that I'm wearing are antimicrobial scrubs. They've been treated with a chemical that helps keep pathogens from being able to live. Yeah, they'll be on there, but it's kind of like hand sanitizer. It kills them. So this is becoming less of an issue, but it's still a principle that we're supposed to learn. Now, the problem is that if we start treating our uniforms like they're clean when they're not, then if we're wearing something that's not treated with an antimicrobial, we've developed some bad habits and we'll end up contaminating. Does that make sense? Okay. So don't rely on the fabrics to keep your supplies clean. Just get used to not holding them against you. So I want to give you just I find this kind of fascinating myself. I'm going to give you a little history lesson, because when we're talking about uniforms, it's important that we kind of understand this. Have you guys ever gone into a grocery store and seen people walking around in scrubs? Okay. Those people have probably just come from work. Now, what do we know about uniforms? Yeah, they're not clean. They're not clean. So when you're working in healthcare, if you're working around active patients that have illnesses, it's probably not a good idea to stop on the way home and do your shopping, because you're actually taking pathogens from a confined environment out into the community. And that's not a good practice. Does that make sense? Now, this is where scrub jackets came in. Scrub jackets are not a fashion accessory, which is what everybody treats them as. Scrub jackets are designed to cover your dirty uniform once you leave the facility. So if you have to make a stop, or you have to go pick up your kid from daycare, or you have to do something, your pathogen-covered uniform is now covered. But if you're wearing a scrub jacket in a facility, it is just as dirty as everything else you're wearing. Does that make sense? Pretty cool, right? We tend to think of that as just fashion. It's not. Back when I started nursing a bazillion years ago, we actually had locker rooms. You did not wear scrubs outside of the hospital or the facility. You wore your jeans and your t-shirt in. You got dressed there.
And then before you left, you showered and dressed in your normal clothes and you went home. I think that that is a much better way of controlling the spread of pathogens outside of a clinical setting. But as long as we're aware of it and trying to take steps to minimize the pathogen transfer, just be aware that your uniform is not clean, you'll make good choices. Good? So that's just kind of a fashion update. I think is really interesting. Okay, so our barrier rules are: the barrier provides a clean place for our clean supplies. We only touch supplies with clean hands. You don't want the supplies to touch your uniform, so you'll go get the barrier first, spread it out, and then go get the supplies. Questions on barrier? Go ahead. No gloves. No, because what's the first thing our gloves should touch? The patient. So no gloves. So we'll get the barrier first, spread it on the table, and go get the rest of our supplies. Go ahead. Go ahead. So now we know barrier. Let's learn privacy blanket. Go ahead. So dignity and comfort are essential for patients. We know this. And we also talked earlier today about this patient having a different temperature impression than I will, right? I'm fully dressed, running around. It's hot in here to me. This patient is laying down in a or a patient gown. It's cold in here to them. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay, your patient has a different temperature perception than you do. So anytime that we are going to uncover this patient, if I've got to take that sheet off to do a skill and we're dressing the patient, we're going to put socks and pants on this patient. So we got to get to their feet. I've got to pull that sheet down. This patient is probably going to feel very exposed and cold. So if I'm going to take the sheet away, I want to give her something to keep her covered, but still give me access to the areas I need to work on. So that's what a privacy blanket is used for. It's also called a bath blanket. You'll hear it called both, privacy blanket and bath blanket. But it's just something that we're going to cover the patient with while we're doing the skill if we have to take the sheet away. Make sense? Go ahead. Go ahead. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. I forget I got slides for this. All right. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. This is not going to be on a care plan. It's not going to tell you use a privacy blanket. You need to know that if the patient's going to be uncovered or undressed, we got to give them a consolation prize. The way we use this, though, actually matters. Go ahead. So let's talk about the curtain for a second, because a lot of people get this mixed up. They think that the blanket is only there for privacy. And as long as we have this curtain, this guy back here can't see this patient's dangly bits, right? So we look at curtains as providing privacy for the patient. But do you know who else is in here with this patient seeing the dangly bits? And I am a stranger, just like that stranger over there. It is no difference, right? Because I'm inside the curtain with them. So the privacy curtain helps block them from other people seeing, but it doesn't do anything to protect them from you. Now, let me explain something to you. Do not think for a minute that everybody in healthcare is ethical. There have been many instances, so many I was willing to do a podcast, episodes of medical people behaving badly. Your patient knows that they're vulnerable. Now, even worse, they're laying down. Laying down is the most vulnerable position you can be in. If I come up to you like I'm going to attack you, you're not going to stay sitting. You're going to get up. You're going to meet the threat head on,
because that's how you protect yourself. If you're laying down, you are extremely vulnerable. Now, when you take that sheet away, this patient is not dressed very well and they're vulnerable. And they know that they are at your mercy. And there are a lot of medical people that behave very badly because this is an at-risk population. They're dependent on you. Does that make sense? One of the worst episodes, one of the worst examples of this happened 1 county north of us in Citrus County. One of the worst of the worst. There was a male nurse that actively sexually assaulted multiple female patients while they were still knocked out from surgery. He was actually caught in the act with a 15-year-old. Your patients have no expectation that you are ethical. Why should they? So when we're talking about uncovering a patient, we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to promote dignity and safety, which is one of the reasons we use a privacy blanket. It provides an extra layer of protection between us, who's a stranger, and your patient. Good? Make sense? I told you, there are so many, I could do an entire podcast for years. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed, but it will not be on your care plan. This is something you have to know. Now, you're going to see a lot of people out there in the real world, in clinical world, that's going to say, oh, we don't use privacy blankets. That's something you do in class. You don't do that in the real world. There's no need for it. Nobody cares. If you're the patient, don't you think you might care? Don't make a decision for a patient. Don't let somebody else make a decision for a patient. Use a privacy blanket. Good. You're going to hear that a lot. Everything that I tell you in here, I always tell you the why behind it. Have you noticed that? I don't give you a rule. I tell you the why behind the rule. Because when you get out there, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to try to talk you into cutting corners. If you know the why behind the rule, you're less likely to fall victim to that. Good? Okay. All right, go ahead. Now, when we put the privacy blanket on, the way we do that actually matters. So this is what a privacy blanket looks like. This is what a privacy blanket looks like. So if I'm going to put this blanket on, and remember the whole goal here is to keep the patient covered and to help protect their privacy, right? So if I pull that sheet down and then put the blanket on, I've exposed them. There's a better way. If we unfold the blanket, we don't snap it or shake it. If I snap it, this is what I do at home, right? When I'm changing my sheets at home, I do something like this, right? To get this thing all spread out. Well, what just came up off the bed are dead skin cells, bacteria, yeast, all the stuff this guy has shed. I don't want to breathe that in. Because when you do this, you actually pull up all of that right here where you can breathe it in. That's pretty high on my gross meter. So we unfold. Don't snap or shake, just unfold. But I'm going to put this on, unfolding it over the sheet. And then I'm going to hold it in place, or I can even actually ask her to hold it. And I'm going to pull the sheet down underneath. Now, this patient has remained covered. They are warm. They have not been exposed. And I have access to their legs to be able to put the socks and the pants on. Good. When I go to take the blanket away, I don't just take the blanket away and leave her like this. I bring the sheet over the blanket. And then pull the blanket down. removing it from the bed. Everything we remove from the bed, we roll up in a ball so that these edges don't contaminate other surfaces by swinging around. Just like the gloves, we had to keep secured. Everything that comes off the bed gets secured. Good? Questions?
No, I'm sorry. I was locking in on the fact that we had to pull them down.
Yeah, that way the patient stays covered at all times. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. All right. So when it's time to take that blanket out, if, I'm too short, if we wore gloves for whatever skill that we're doing, okay? So we had a skill that we needed a privacy blanket and we needed gloves. Once you're done with the skill, your gloves are contaminated. They have cooties all over it. Do you want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to the patient's face with cootie gloves? No. So we can't take the privacy blanket away until we've taken the gloves off. Good? Make sense? Okay. So we remove a privacy blanket at the end of the skill after we remove our gloves. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So to recap, we apply privacy blankets to keep our patient warm and provide privacy. We use it anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. The care plan will not tell us to use one. We're going to pull the sheet down underneath. We don't snap or shake the blanket. And we remove it at the end of the skill after we remove our gloves, if we wear them. Thanks. Okay, go ahead. All right, so now we know barrier and we know privacy blanket. Let's learn linen rules. Go ahead. You'll see that linen rules are going to be used in a lot of different skills. Go ahead. And we have notes on page 87. Go ahead. So the thing about linen rules is they're mostly repeated principles, things we've already learned. So we learned this. Linens cannot touch your uniform. We've learned that. Go ahead. We've also learned that you have to have clean hands to get your linens. Go ahead. Principles that are repeated are doubly important because they generally have to do with infection control. So if you have a principle that shows up more than one place, pay attention because it's going to count big on the state exam. Good? Go ahead. Do not snap or shake the linens. We've already heard that as well. Again, infection control. Now we're going to skip a couple. We're going to come back to this in a couple of classes. Let's go down here to the bottom. Unused items must be discarded. This is a use it or lose it proposition. You cannot leave linens in a room for use later because anything outside of your eyesight is considered contaminated. Let me give you an example. Let's say that, go ahead and go forward for me. Okay, so let's say that we have this patient in bed. We went to give them a bed bath and they said, no, I don't want to have a bed bath right now because my wife is on her way in. But we, for some reason, brought our linens in with us. We shouldn't have. We should have gotten permission before we went and got those linens. But let's say we broke the rules. We walked in with linens. Patient says, no, thank you. So we can't put those linens back into clean supply. Clean supply is you take it out, but you can't put it back in. One way only. So we've got these linens hanging around and we can't use them right away. Can't take them into somebody else's room. So we just put them in that chair for later. After the wife leaves, we'll give them a bed bath. And you leave the room. You have no idea what's happening with those linens because you have left the room. Wife comes in carrying 2 cups of coffee. And she trips over the patient's oxygen tubing and spills some of the coffee on the floor. She looks around, sees the lens. She picks up a washcloth and she cleans the coffee off the floor because she doesn't want to leave it there for people to slip on. But there's no hamper in the room. We don't keep dirty linens in a patient environment. Nothing dirty should be there. So she has nowhere to put this washcloth now that she has just cleaned the floor with. So she folds it up and puts it back on the stack. That happens a lot. You cannot consider something that's been out of your sight clean. So you use it or you lose it. If you don't use a supply, it goes into dirty linen, whether you used it or not. You cannot leave it for later. You will have a written test question on that. Probably that scenario, actually. What do you do with linens? Yep, dispose of them. Good? Make sense? This is one of the reasons that we do the opening in the order that we do it. We knock. We identify our patient. We introduce ourselves. We describe the skill, and we get permission. Then we close curtain, wash our hands, and get our supplies. That whole sequence is to prevent this from happening. Make sense? Good? All right, go ahead. We'll cover the rest of linen rules in a future lesson. So to recap, linens can't touch your uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. You can't snap or shake them. We'll go over the other two later, and anything that you don't use has to be discarded. Okay, go ahead. So now that we know all of the principles, let's get into dressing. Go ahead. So we have some steps here that we have to learn in order to get them checked off on the checklist. So let's go through that real quick. So all of these are going to be based on getting one of these checked off. Go ahead. And I have some notes here on page 98 for you. Go ahead. So the first thing is we have to ask our patient, what do you want to wear? Everybody has the right to choose their own clothing. Clothing is an outward expression of your inward feelings. If you feel bright and cheerful today and happy, you might put on something yellow or pink or, something bright and cheerful. If you're feeling really down, you're probably going to choose a darker color. If you don't feel good, you probably will choose something comfy. Okay, when I gave birth to my last baby, the CNA left the linen in my room and said she had to do something and grabbed the linen, said it's okay because it will not be touching me. My son came to visit. He used that to eat his snacks on. The nurse came back. Okay. Yeah. Left in the room. That's right. That's right. People do all kinds of crazy stuff. If you don't expect it, it will happen. Absolutely. So we're going to ask our patient, what do you want to wear? Now, if the patient describes something that does not go together, at all, go ahead. Like this. Yellow flowered shirt, purple plaid pants. This does not match. You are allowed to suggest an alternative because you really are judged on the way your patient looks. If your patients, all of them are mismatched, the sock seams don't line up over the toes, their hair's all messed up, nothing's buttoned up right, you are not a good CNA. You don't pay attention to detail and you don't care how your patients present. So if your patient describes something that does not match, you can suggest an alternative like, would you like to try your white shirt with that? That would look really nice together. They probably will say, yeah, that's what I meant. Because they want to look good most of the time. But if they say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt, no problem. Let me get that for you. We don't know what the patient's mindset is here. Maybe their son and daughter are coming to visit, and the son bought the shirt and the daughter bought the pants. And patients will do that. So maybe it's their lucky bingo outfit and the jackpot's pretty high today. I don't know. Whatever they want is what they get. I can suggest an alternative, but we're going to go with their preference. Okay, good. You want to minimize exposure. So we're not just gonna pull the sheet down and pull the gown up. This is exposed. This is no good for anybody. If I did that with this mannequin right now, you guys would all feel super uncomfortable. So does your patient. Go ahead. All right, we're going to minimize exposure 3 ways, and you have to do all 3. This is mandatory. We're going to close the privacy curtain. We're going to use a privacy blanket, and we're going to get those closed before we undress the patient. Do not undress your patient. Leave them there naked, even with a blanket covering them. That's uncomfortable. Get the clothes before we undress. Go ahead. Anytime we lift an extremity, we do it from below. We are not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't do this to lift something. That can cause injury. It can cause bruising, and the extremity can slip out of your grasp. You always lift from below. That provides support. If you support at the joints, it keeps everything from moving. Go ahead. This tells us how we are going to dress somebody with a weak arm. And remember, that was our care plan. We had a weak right arm. So we undress the strong arm first, USA first, undress strong arm first. We dress the weak arm first. When we do this, that allows the stronger arm to do all the work. So we get the stronger arm out of the garment, and then it just slides right off that weak arm. When we're dressing, we slide it up the weak arm and then make the stronger arm do all the maneuvering to get into that sleeve. So the stronger arm does the work. We do not dress if somebody has a weak shoulder or a weak arm or limited mobility, we do not use pullovers. We don't pull stuff over their head. We tell the family or the patient, go buy some stuff that fastens in the front, button or snap front, and you dress side to side, not top to bottom. Go ahead. When we put the shirt on, you're going to gather it up and slide it over the hand, keeping those fingers together so that nothing bends backward when you're trying to put the sleeve on. Go ahead. Don't overextend or force movement. Let me show you what I mean by that. She was a testing mannequin when we were a testing center, and she had to be retired because of this. Now, I want you to remember that the people that were working on her were actively being tested, okay? Now, inside her are steel cables that hold everything together, kind of like our bones in our body. She has a series of steel cables that allows us to move her. So, our rule is that we don't overextend or force movement, okay? So you can see that this foot is kind of like your foot, right? It stays in the right position. Does that look right to you? Okay, somebody that was testing had to break a steel cable in order to get her foot to do that. Do you think they passed? Because if they broke a steel cable, what would they have done to a real person? Don't overextend or force movement. I have to go over it because somebody clearly did. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yep. So this one had to be glued on. This one's glued on, and I think this one has the screw in it. So yeah, don't force it. I know she's a mannequin, but she is just as fragile as a real person. Be careful with her. Adjust the clothing for neatness and appearance. You want to make sure that they're nice and neat. Go ahead. And put all of your dirty linens in the hamper when you're done. Don't leave them on the table. That's part of that clean environment that we have to do it during our closing. Go ahead. Okay, call light goes in the stronger hand because they have to be able to use it. Makes sense? So we have to pay attention on the care plan to which arm is weak. Go ahead. Okay, so let's take a look at all of these principles and what they're going to check off on our checklist. So let's add the principles and the checklist together to get an idea of how to do this skill.
So we're going to dress the resident by putting on pants, shirt, and with sleeves and socks. By the way, time out real quick. On the supply shelf, there is going to be a long sleeve shirt, and there will also be a pullover shirt, like a t-shirt, like what you're wearing. Why do you think they have both on there? Yeah, they're trying to figure out that you're going to follow the care plan. That's right. So you want to make sure you're paying attention. Care plan says long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, so make sure that's what you get. Okay. All right, go ahead. We're going to knock because our care plan or our checklist tells us to. We're going to greet the resident because the checklist tells us to. We're going to address by name because the checklist tells us to. We're going to introduce ourselves because the checklist tells us to. We're going to describe the skill because the checklist tells us to. We're going to obtain permission because the checklist tells us to. We're going to close the curtain because the checklist tells us to. We're going to wash our hands because we cannot touch the resident until our hands are clean, and now we can go get our supplies. But we need a place to put those supplies. Go ahead. And we need to figure out if we need gloves when we're getting our supplies. So if we're going to touch personal skin, non-intact skin, or open body fluids, we would need gloves. Now, this patient, remember, our care plan told us pants, socks, shirt. We're not putting undergarments on, not putting a bra on. I'm not touching any of her bits. So I don't need gloves for this. Now, if you want to wear them for the test, it's fine. You can wear them for the test, but you don't need them. You don't need them. Okay. We need a clean place to put our clean supplies, so we'll get a barrier. We're going to avoid holding the clean or dirty linens against our clothing. We're going to minimize exposure while undressing and dressing using a privacy blanket. We're going to place the dirty gown in the hamper at the end. We're going to keep the patient positioned a safe distance from the edge of the bed at all times. And this actually, we have a principle for that we'll learn next class, but we're going to use that for this one. Just keep your patient in the middle of the bed. We're going to ask about clothing preference. We're going to get our clothing before we undress the patient. We're going to gather the sleeve up so we don't pull it against those fingers and bend them backwards. We're going to support all joints when we lift. We're going to undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first. We're not going to overextend or force movement. And we're going to adjust clothing to make sure everything lines up right. We're going to make sure the dirty item goes in the hamper and the call light in the stronger hand. We'll make sure the bed is in the low position. We're going to ask about comfort. We're going to address preferences. And we're going to end the skill with clean hands. This is not a documentation skill, so we don't have to document at the end of this skill. So do you see how we use all of these principles to create our skill and get everything checked off? Okay, remember, this is for this specific patient. This care plan does not apply to this one. It does not apply to this one. It applies to this patient. So our care plan tells us dress the resident in a long sleeve, button, or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing. After dressing, leave the resident in bed. Now, I'm going to show you the video for this one because it has good close-ups. And I want you to see close-up how I put the socks on, how I put the shirt on without overextending, and really watch those fingers. You don't want those fingers to go backwards and injure the patient. So this has really good close-ups to it. This is not one of the new videos. This is one of the older ones. So you're not going to see the checkpoints on the screen for this one. I don't have this one done yet. All right, Jake.
Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now we'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants, and then place it over your foot, lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones, now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, well, rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Miss Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
All right.
On in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, any questions on dressing? Questions on dressing? We have one more skill to go. It's not a long skill. We're going to get through it very, very quickly. But does anybody have any questions on what we've gone over so far?
Even you said not to put gloves on unless it's to the resident, correct? But with the, I don't know why the feet thing really bothered me because I'm working in a place and I would never touch a resident's foot without a glove. So are we getting them dressed with gloves or no gloves?
You can use gloves if you want.
Absolutely.
For the test, it's on a mannequin.
So no gloves. That's fine.
There's no
I was just
real
making
need
sure.
to. But remember that pathogens don't go through the skin. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have a foot thing, right?
No,
No, and I get it.
I work in a memory care unit, so they walk around barefoot all
Yeah.
day, every day.
But remember that you're washing your hands before you touch them,
Yeah.
and you're washing your hands after you touch them, right, during the closing. And pathogens don't get through the skin. So as long as you're not bringing your hands up anywhere near your doorways, there's no potential pathogen transfer there. Now, if you choose to wear gloves, that's fine. There's no problem with that. But I do want to just real quick touch on this, right? So gloves are actually pretty expensive. Facilities have to pay for those gloves. And if all staff is using gloves for every patient encounter, that's a lot of gloves. That's a lot of expense. And remember, that's going to reflect in your pay scale because your facilities aren't unlimited money supply. But I want to go over something else to think about. Now, by saying this, I do want to preface this by telling you I am not an environmentalist. I'm not. I don't recycle. I drive a gas guzzler and like it. Okay, I am not an environmentalist. But you have to think about what happens to gloves after you use them. We don't think about it. We put gloves on, we take them off, they go in the trash can. And that's where our consideration ends. They're in the trash can. But where do they actually go? Now, latex gloves are biodegradable. They will eventually break down in nature. But the other gloves, the ones you actually have on your tables, those are not biodegradable. And that's what we use in most facilities is nitrile or vinyl gloves. And they don't break down, which means that every pair of gloves you put on will be on this planet 100,000 years from now. Every pair of gloves. Now, this isn't a me problem. I'm out of here in like 30 years. I don't have that much time left in front of me. This is not a me problem. It is a problem for my granddaughter, though. Because when you consider that just in healthcare in America, I'm not talking about
food service, housekeeping, dental, or anything else. I'm just talking healthcare in the United States, not any other country, in the United States. We use enough gloves in healthcare in the US to fill a football stadium 35 feet deep every day. Every day. This is going to be a problem at some point. Now, we used to burn it. We used to burn everything. Back in the 80s, my first office was right next to the incinerator, which was great because I was cold all the time. But we stopped incinerating stuff when we put a hole in our ozone layer. We thought, oh, that's not good. So we stopped burning stuff. And then the medical waste just kind of built up for a while. And then somebody said, hey, you know, there's this big ocean out there that nobody's really doing much with. So let's put all this medical waste in these big metal drums, put some holes in the top of it. We'll take it out there. It'll sink and go all the way to the bottom. Nobody will even know it's there. And we did that for years. But now the fish that we're pulling out of the northern Pacific often have high levels of latex. We actually have to test the fish that we catch for latex levels. We have poisoned our own food supply. So they decided that's not a good option. So right now we're just stockpiling this stuff. And like I said, not a me problem, but you're young enough, it might be a you problem. Because we're going to run out of places to put this stuff. Right? So yeah, you can use gloves. It's not a problem. But we do have to kind of be aware that every decision we make is going to have an impact environmentally. Not on me.
You make it sound scary. Like, oh, these gloves, you're gonna kill all the plants and food.
Like I said, not on me. This isn't my problem. You guys have to figure it out, right? But yes, you can wear gloves. I don't want to scare you off of wearing gloves. Wear them when they're necessary. But remember, you're washing your hands before you touch those patients. And you're washing your hands after you touch those patients.
The feeling. And like you visually seeing like someone's foot or
Yeah.
something like that. It's not even that. It's that too, but it's just, and where I'm just imagining one of my patients right now, how she runs around everywhere with no shoes, and our bathroom is disgusting. So I'm just imagining having to get her dressed without a pair of gloves. Me and her are gonna look at each other like there's something wrong. Yeah.
Remember, gloves are judgment. If you're going to touch body fluids, certainly gloves are indicated, right? If she's had her bare feet all over those bathroom floors and the bathroom floors are nasty, then chances are you're touching body fluids. Gloves would be indicated there. Sure. It's a case-by-case basis. Yeah, but a lot of people have a foot issue, and I get it. I could not be a pedicurist, right? Couldn't do that job.
Would you touch someone's foot?
Sure. Because I know, based on infection control principles, that there's no pathogen transfer, right? So you're wearing gloves not to prevent infection. You're wearing gloves for your own emotional well-being, and that's fine. That's fine. But you have to understand why you're wearing them and not pretend it's for something else.
Yeah, I guess it's the mind thing.
It is. It is. But that's okay. That's okay. Hey, I've got some pretty strange mind things. I get it. But just kind of be aware of that. Okay. All right. So go ahead and advance. I got 5 minutes. Woo. All right. We're going to speed round. Page 76. We're going to learn range of motion. This is the overview page. Tells you the principles. They're spelled out here. Tells you skills specific. I have a video for this. Test information is down here. You should be able to do this skill within 4 minutes or less. It's going to be done on another testing student. That person will be in bed. Charting is not required. Go ahead. Speed round. Here's our care plan at the top, page 77. Go ahead. Tells us to provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder. Flexion, extension, and abduction, adduction. Don't freak out. I'm going to explain the terms.
Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. The resident is not able to help with the exercises. Go ahead. These are skill-specific steps we're going to go over now. Go ahead. First, we need to know what is range of motion and who actually does it. Range of motion are exercises designed to retain function. Keep what's already there. We're not trying to improve anything. We have a whole department that is geared toward exercises for improvement. That is not us. These people have a doctorate degree, 12 years of training. We're here 4 weeks. This cannot be us. Okay? Got it? So we are doing exercises to retain function. Keep what's already there. If they say ow, we don't go past the ow. We're not trying to improve anything. Go ahead. There's 2 types of range of motion. There's active and passive. Active is when we tell the patient what to do and watch them and make sure they're doing it right. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Extend your left arm above your head like you're asking a question. Get it straight, elbow straight, reach for the sky all the way up. I know some of you are tall. There you go. All right, bring it down in front of you, all the way down. Let's do it again. Bring it up and down. Up. Get your arm straight. There you go. Okay, and down. All right, go ahead and have a seat. Guys, that was active range of motion. I told you what to do. I made sure you were doing it right. That is active range of motion. CNAs do active range of motion. You also do passive range of motion, which means that I do all the motion for the patient. They are passively involved. Okay, go ahead. So these will check off these. So let's learn these. Go ahead. We're going to lift from below with a flat palm. We've heard this before. Go ahead. We're going to move slowly and smoothly all the way to start. So if you are extending an arm above the head, you have to bring it all the way back down to the start position, not to here. This is not a full range of motion. It's up and all the way back down. Go ahead. Flexion extension is an up-down motion. You guys just did that one. I told you to extend your arm above your head. 2 halves of the same exercise. Extension is straightening. Flexion is bending. 2 halves of the same exercise. Okay, so we extend and we flex. See, the shoulder's bent. Extend and we flex. Now the elbow is in extension normally. We flex. Okay. 2 halves, same exercise. Go ahead. Abduction, adduction is side to side. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. But when you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. Same concept. So abduction away, adduction toward. Now, the problem here with abduction and adduction and flexion extension of the shoulder is it looks a whole lot alike. Flexion extension was this. Abduction, adduction is this. Notice my hand goes the same place, both exercises, but they work different muscles. Flexion extension is in front. Abduction, adduction is side to side. So think of this as a snow angel. Think of this as asking a question. Okay, good. Rotation is around. We don't do rotation for the test. Go ahead. As we're doing this, we need to ask about pain or discomfort. Go ahead. And we're going to follow that care plan. The care plan tells us to provide range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder, flexion extension, and abduction adduction. Provide 3 repetitions. So this tells us which joints, which exercises, and how many repetitions. We just follow the care plan. Good? That's all you need to know about range of motion. This is easy. We have 3 range of motion skills that we're going to learn. And if I had to take the test, these are the ones that I would want. because they're short skills and they're easy skills. Go ahead. All right. So I'm going to go through, I know I'm a little bit late. Just give me a second. I'm going to go through the steps. I'm not going to show you the video. We'll get into the video on Monday. Okay. So we're going to read the care plan. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do some exercises. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, no supplies. Evaluate if you need gloves. You might not. Go ahead. We're going to explain what we're doing before we do it. So I'm going to tell this patient, I'm going to lift your arm above your head like you're asking a question and back down to the bed. I'm going to bring your arm out to the side like you're making a snow angel and back to the bed. So we want to explain what we're doing. We're going to support from below. We're going to move slowly and smoothly all the way back to start. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. No rotation. And then we're going to ask about pain or discomfort. We'll do our closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Here's your call light. Environment's clean. Bed's in the low position. Open the curtain. Wash my hands. No documentation. My skill is done. Remember, this care plan is only for this patient. Every care plan for every patient is a little different. Okay, so we'll watch the video together in class on Monday morning. Tonight, you're going to do your homework in the yellow book. Pages, you're going to read chapters 2 and 3 in the yellow book. Do the test on page 182 and 183 in the white book. Go ahead. You're going to get a wrap-up email. You'll watch the replay if you need to review. And if you have not accepted your invitation to the course, make sure you do that too, because you have access to that online course. One more, please. And then we're going to pass out your review sheets. One more. Oh, it's not there. Okay. On Monday, you will get a QR code to scan for CPR. CPR is not part of this class, but I'm going to give you a link to sign up for CPR at a discounted rate. It's done by Julie in this classroom.
Oh.
Okay, but you'll get to see the dates and everything. I'll give that to you on Monday. All right. Have a great weekend. Did you give sheets, review sheets? Okay.
Thank you. You have a good weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Miss Perry, I have a question. How can we get in contact with you without
My email is at the top of the syllabus.
oh,
Yeah.
because I never got the other link you were trying to send.
Just send me an email and we'll take care of
I
it.
will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we gonna turn this in?
Nope, those are just for you for review.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Have a good
you.
weekend.
You too. We still live? Nope, nope. Okay, those of you that are joining us virtually, thank you for tuning in. We will see you on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.